Magical Energy Industrial Era. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 26, Refinement of Breathing Techniques. Attribute Panel, Skills, Cheetah Breathing Technique, Accumulation LV4, 25 out of 100, Cheetah Breathing Technique, Refinement LV1, 10/100, that's right, the Cheetah Breathing Technique has been split into two. The accumulation part, as the name suggests, is the whole body accumulation of battle ki. Little by little, like water forming a deep pool or grains of sand building a tower, it gradually builds up a sufficient amount within the warrior's body. The composition of battle ki is very complex, even the Herka world hasn't fully understood it after so many years. However, it is certain that it is an extremely complex mixture. The elemental power breathed into the body is naturally the body's bioenergy, the cultivator's spiritual will, or perhaps even the life essence. These are mixed in specific proportions, becoming the most important foundation for a warrior's extraordinary abilities. However, compared to the complexity of its composition, its advancement path is simple and clear. The first stage is the process of creating something from nothing, possessing battle ki. The second stage is about accumulation. Only when the quantity is large enough and the ki is sufficiently abundant can one attempt to control and use it with precision. Reaching the point of externalizing one's battle ki marks the third tier, but externalizing is only the beginning. One must continue accumulating, and accumulating again. When one reaches the point where progress is impossible, one can try to draw upon the elemental power within the battle ki, endowing it with unique attributes, thus becoming a fourth-tier player. As for the fifth-tier or legendary level, Luo Yi's available information is limited. He roughly knows that battle ki replenishes the soul, leading to a qualitative change. However, that's too far off, so let's leave it aside. The path below legendary is already quite clear. Then, it's not hard to see how important the accumulation of battle ki is. One of the 10th branches of Deep Blue, Cheetah Breathing Technique, accumulation, eliminates useless elements and focuses solely on accumulating battle ki. It allows for the accumulation of the most battle ki at the fastest speed without harming the body. Luo Yi was very satisfied with this after trying and comparing it. He couldn't help but be satisfied. The accumulation speed was more than 3 times faster than before, which was simply outrageous. Of course, advancing in a profession isn't just about having enough battle ki. Herka's history also tells us that accumulating battle ki doesn't necessarily equate to combat power. Therefore, after accumulating enough battle ki, one must find a way to use it to refine the body, guide its growth, and further hone control over battle ki. Thus, the second branch of Deep Blue's 10th version of the breathing technique, Cheetah Breathing Technique, Refinement, focuses on maximizing the guidance of battle ki to stimulate physical growth, strengthen the body, and enhance various attributes. Deep Blue pursues this in greater detail. His health monitoring module has accumulated extensive knowledge about various aspects of the body. Now, he applies almost all of this knowledge to the breathing technique, using various methods and means to refine and enhance physical strength. Deep Blue excels in this aspect, even combining the strengths of 2 different approaches, creating something truly unique. As a result, after breaking through, Luo Yi made no progress, advancing almost at breakneck speed. At this point, Luo Yi even felt that basic meditation was somewhat meaningless. After all, becoming a legendary combatant would grant him a pivotal position, allowing him to thrive even in this magical energy industrial age. The only reason Luo Yi still insists on attending the basic meditation course now is probably driven by a lingering sense of resentment. Of course, with the breathing technique divided into 2, the training time doubles, and Luo Yi's training plan changes accordingly. Cheetah Breathing Technique, accumulation, requires the practitioner to be fully alert and energetic, with abundant physical strength. Therefore, it's best to practice in the morning, right after waking up, while still being able to stretch. Cheetah Breathing Technique, Refinement, on the other hand, requires pushing physical limits, with the muscles and fascia most effective after high-intensity training when blood flow is abundant. Therefore, Luo Yi performs this technique 3 times daily after a large-scale training session. The combination of both, along with the use of magical potions, is optimal. Deep Blue provided a detailed training plan, specifying what to do every minute, how to do it, and so on. Luo Yi simply had to follow it. However, because the training volume was so high, leaving her covered in dust and grime each time, Luo Yi had to rent a room at the academy. The academy didn't have single rooms, only 4-person dormitories, so Luo Yi only asked for a bed. He didn't intend to spend the night here, but there was a bed, a fixed wardrobe, and a shower area. After training each day, he could take a proper shower, otherwise, being covered in dust and unkempt was definitely not his style. Besides that, the only thing Roy was truly concerned about was pharmacology. Yes, identifying herbs was no longer enough for him, now his main focus was pharmacology, the extraction and formulation of various herbs to achieve the results Deep Blue needed while minimizing toxicity. This couldn't be done by simply chewing and swallowing, it required various complex processing, formulation, and decoction. Roy followed Deep Blue's plan, collecting herbs daily and asking Mrs. Cassidy to help with the decoction, trying 1 or 2 different methods each day, with Deep Blue monitoring the results. The current main focus was actually on finding a substitute for blue medicine, primarily to accelerate cell division and promote rapid healing after bodily damage. The results weren't exactly gratifying, but rather steady progress. Luo Yi actually had high hopes for this, valuing not only the cheap herbs but also the fact that if it proved successful, Deep Blue could continuously update and iterate the formula based on Luo Yi's physical attributes. Like a breathing technique, it could be formulated to be perfectly suited to his needs. Don't underestimate this, these small accumulations would allow Luo Yi to gain a competitive edge. Putting everything else aside, an 18-year-old second-tier, 7th-level Windchaser swordsman is a genius anywhere. Of course, what Luo Yi cared about least was the magical textile factory in the fragrant house. Anyway, with Butler Hoover negotiating, he might as well keep negotiating. He was like meat on a chopping block, unable to escape. However, while he wasn't in a hurry, Mr. Maruno Marcus was. With December approaching, he finally couldn't hold back any longer. 19 Lombard Street, 2nd floor. Luo Yi received Butler Hoover here. As a butler, Hoover was quick to respond. Upon arriving, he immediately began boiling water and making tea, bustling about with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Loy was reviewing the documents he had brought, her eyes flashing with blue light. Various pieces of information were rapidly read, organized, stored, and analyzed. Ultimately, what was presented to Lloyd was a simplified version of the information and figures from Deep Blue. There was a considerable amount of specific information, including details about other magical energy factories, textile investigations, and some miscellaneous details. When Butler Hoover handed Loy a cup of black tea, unlikely without sugar, as was his custom, Loy finally looked up and asked, "So, what's the offer Mr. Marcus is willing to make?" 40% of the shares, annual dividends, a resident accountant, the ability to audit the accounts at any time, and the right to make suggestions and vote. However, the required capital is 1,200 gold tires, Hoover answered concisely, paused, and then added, "I think Mr. Marcus is very sincere. I've calculated that, based on the production capacity and profit of the Champagne Magic Textile Factory, 40% of the annual net profit is roughly 600 gold tires. Just 2 years, and we can break even. After that, it's all profit. If it only ends there, I can't explain it to Earl Raymond." Loy picked up his teacup, took a sip, and was surprised to find that the tea was indeed better brewed than Mrs. Cassidy's. He waved his hand and said, "Don't stand, sit down and talk." Hoover nodded slightly, found a chair opposite him, and sat down, still sitting upright. "Young Master Loy, what are your thoughts? The reason you were able to negotiate these terms, frankly, is that what that person values isn't just our money, but the Raymond family's reputation, the reputation that can intimidate certain people." Loy narrowed his eyes slightly and added, "What about accepting a resident accountant? Are you kidding? I paid a hefty price, auditing isn't even necessary. And what use are the advisory and voting rights if I can't have absolute control? We've already brought out the Raymond family's reputation, we need to get the maximum benefit. Otherwise, I'll lose face with the Earl." Butler Hoover sat even more upright. He asked, "Young Master, what do you think we should do? Set a time. I need to have a serious talk with Mr. Marcus. Some things can't be delayed too long." "All right, I'll arrange it right away. Update, update. Chapter 27, Negotiation. Butler Hoover made the contact, and the negotiation time was finally set for 3 days later. December 2nd, 310 of the new divine calendar, was also a Sunday, a day off for the Magic Academy students. Philip Magic Academy was quite unique. The curriculum was extremely extensive, covering a wide range of topics, giving students a superficial understanding of all aspects of magic. However, class time was limited. The Academy's management was also very relaxed, with numerous after-school activities and 2 days off per week. The problem was, graduation was extremely difficult. Credits were only the foundation. There were also papers, assessments, defenses, and practical exercises. As a result, the students were clearly polarized. Some were incredibly hardworking, while others simply enjoyed university life. Most were relaxed and happy in their first year. By their 4th year, they were working day and night, practically living a life of intense study. Roy was one of the rare exceptions, starting to work incredibly hard from his first year. Even on weekends, he maintained his regular schedule. He woke up early when he was supposed to, went to the academy when he was supposed to, and trained when he was supposed to, almost without fail, rain or shine. As for not having a teacher to guide him, well, he never asked for one. However, although he got up early today, he warmed up on the first floor, practiced a cheetah breathing technique, accumulation, for a while, and then ate a hearty breakfast. Mrs. Cassidy had prepared white bread, sausage, bacon, and fragrant milk tea. Roy and Olivera each ate enough for 2, almost finishing everything Mrs. Cassidy had prepared. Although the old lady mainly ran a rental business, she was delighted that her food was so popular. When they left the rental, Butler Hoover was already waiting in his luxurious carriage, the one left by Earl Raymond, a real head-turner wherever it went. Roy and Olivera got in, and Butler Hoover drove himself, heading down the main street. It must be said, a good car is different. Wherever it passed, pedestrians and carriages almost automatically gave way, afraid of bumping into it. They drove in silence until they arrived back at the Champagne Magic Textile Factory. The same gate, the same brightly lit workshop, almost the same people. The only difference was that both sides were much more solemn this time. Maruna Marquez wore a custom-made gentleman's suit, looking impeccably tailored, his hair neatly combed back. The factory executives behind him were also impeccably dressed. One might mistake them for attending a party. However, Maruna's eyes seemed somewhat lost in thought, as if pondering something. When the carriage approached, he looked up and saw the luxurious carriage and the lion emblem engraved on it. His eyes immediately brightened. "Young Master Roy, long time no see, Mr. Maruna, it hasn't been too long, and we might see each other often in the future." "Ha ha ha, I hope so. Please come in, let's talk inside, please, please." After a few pleasantries, the group went inside, this time heading towards the factory manager's office. The group walked past in a flurry. However, upon reaching a certain spot, Olivera abruptly turned his head, his gaze seemingly locked onto someone. The man, around 40 years old and somewhat obese, stood at the workshop entrance, peeking out with feigned curiosity, his work clothes stained with dirt. Several others shared his curiosity, but only Olivera's eyes met his. Olivera's gaze was like lightning, instantly causing the man to lower his head, appearing panicked. Olivera merely gave him a deep look, then turned away again, his steps unwavering. Only after they had all gone up to the second floor and entered the factory manager's office did the obese man raise his head. His eyes held panic, fear, but even more so, resentment. In the factory manager's office, all other personnel had been cleared out, leaving only 2 men on Marquez's side, one tall and one short, his right-hand men. Meanwhile, on Roy's side, Butler Hoover and Olivera flanked him, instantly elevating his status. As for Roy and Marquez, they sat facing each other around a small, round silver table. Marquez took out his pipe, and someone next to him filled it with tobacco and lit it. He took a couple of puffs, and sparks flickered as smoke rose, obscuring his face. He seemed to be trying to project an image of composure, but the more he tried to hide it, the more obvious it became. Roy, on the other hand, was genuinely relaxed, holding a teacup and taking a small sip, seemingly enjoying himself. The large office was quiet for a moment, until Maruna Marquez finally couldn't hold back any longer. He tapped his pipe on his shoe and said, "Young Master Roy, Mr. Hoover should have conveyed my opinion, that's my utmost sincerity." What do you think? Of course I'm not satisfied. Otherwise, why would I have come? Marquis's lips twitched, his smile fading slightly. He asked, then I'd like to hear your opinion. His tone was sharp, but Loy remained nonchalant. First of all, I admit your assessment is fair. Considering the brand and assets of the Champagne Magic Textile Factory, 40% of the shares at 1,200 gold tires isn't expensive. 2 years to break even, 3 years to make a profit, it's a very good deal. But if it's such a good deal, why can't Mr. Maruna borrow the money? At that, Marquis's face immediately fell. He said, young Master Loy, I'm very sincere. Are you just here to make fun of me? Of course not. Loy slowly put down her teacup and asked, however, Mr. Maruna must have had a tough time lately, right? His family has been shrinking its power, unwilling to provide much support, and external pressure has been mounting, with creditors coming to his door every day. Mr. Maruna probably hasn't experienced that feeling in many years, has he? What exactly do you mean? Marquez stood up abruptly, the impact of his riding boots on the chair causing it to overturn completely. His eyes were red as he said, young Master Loy, if you're here to make fun of me, you can leave now. Make fun of you? I don't have time for that. Loy slightly raised his head, looking directly into Marquis's eyes. Auckland City, the territory of the Marquis family, has been inherited for 231 years, considered the core of the Marquis family, but anyone with eyes can see that His Majesty the Great Emperor, Hohenzollern III, has made up his mind to promote magical machinery, and has even made many efforts and reforms for this purpose. I believe Mr. Maruna Marquis is wise and has great vision, otherwise, a member of a collateral branch of the family wouldn't dare invest all his wealth to establish this magical machinery factory and make it so successful. Everyone likes to hear compliments, especially when they come from your opponent. And Marquis's expression softened considerably. He sat down huffily, saying, it seems young Master Luo has investigated very thoroughly. Since it's business, we naturally need to be absolutely certain. Luo said this, then added softly, unfortunately, no matter how insightful you are, you won't gain the support of the Marquis family. As an established noble family, the Marquis family's interests are highly intertwined with their territory and population, inevitably leading to a significant conflict with the development of magical machinery. Therefore, you are a stumbling block on Hohenzollern III's path of reform. Recently, I heard that Baron Marquis was reprimanded by His Majesty and even became the subject of gossip among the nobles. Auckland is your Marquis family's fiefdom, but the current governor is a court noble, a formidable figure with a military background, who is almost ruthless in his actions. What do you think his purpose is? You see all this very clearly, so you're trying to break the deadlock and introduce additional power. The Duchy of Normandy, the Raymond family, a 1,000-year-old noble family, only they can give you sufficient support. At this moment, Marquis had completely calmed down, or rather, he was inherently calm, but he had to appear agitated. Only in this way could he convince others that he had truly been pushed to his limit and had shown his utmost sincerity. Everything was for business. However, at this moment, with all the inside stories exposed, the performance was meaningless, and denial was even more meaningless. He stretched out his body again, as if shedding all pretense. Since young Master Loy knows everything, then name your terms. I believe that since you're here, you're determined to get what you want. I also want to see just how big your appetite is. I want absolute control, 60% of the shares. From now on, this magic energy factory will belong to the Raymond family. For this, I will pay 1,000 gold tires. Even though he was prepared, Marcus still jumped up again. This is outrageous. This is absolutely impossible. The magic energy industry, after all, couldn't be without its origins. The textile industry, what about it? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28, Agreement Reached. Mr. Maruna, please sit down and let me explain. At this moment, Roy was no longer as aggressive as before, but instead waved her hand with a smile, calming Marquez down and letting him listen to her. Marcus sat down, huffing. We're talking about a deal, not extortion. Besides, it's inappropriate for a foreigner like young Master Loy to come to my Habs Empire and extort money, isn't it? Extortion is certainly inappropriate, but I believe Mr. Maruna will make the choice that's best for himself. Loy smiled and said, I know Mr. Maruna still harbors wishful thinking, believing that as long as he can stall until that overseas merchant returns, all problems will be solved. You can get your payment back, and the factory's stockpiled fabric will have a market. If this trade route can be stabilized, then the Xiangshili magic textile factory might take off again. Unfortunately, all of this is just wishful thinking. What makes you say that? Marquis's eyes narrowed suddenly, and he added, even if I don't believe him, I absolutely believe in the justice of the Temple of Wajkin. The power of the gods cannot be profaned. I didn't say the Lady of Wealth was biased, but there's also a saying, the weather is unpredictable, and misfortune can strike at any time. As Lori said this, she raised her hand, and Hoover, the butler, immediately took out a document and handed it to her. Lori took it and then passed it to Marcus. Marcus took it, opened it, and his face grew darker and darker as he read. The wealthy merchant you met, Mr. Tonino Noble, is from the Bourbon dynasty. He was indeed a very wealthy merchant, with substantial assets and at least 8 ships. He also has designs on the textile business. All his communications, exchanges, agreements, and even the temple's justice were reasonable. But for someone who died at sea, everything in life is meaningless. Furthermore, since you and he are both fine, then the person who introduced you, Wooly Aaron, is problematic. In fact, he was a guest of Lord Dorji Petrovich. Finally, I should add that I obtained this information through the Raymond family's channels. You need not doubt its accuracy. At this point, Marquis's face was no longer just pale, but purple, his lips trembling, and the 2 light sheets of paper in his hands felt as heavy as mountains, shaking uncontrollably. So, what you're facing now isn't just the Lord's surveillance and a broken cash flow, but also product backlog and a dead end in sales. However, my arrival has naturally brought you a way out. As Loy said this, he waved his hand again, and Butler Hoover produced another document and handed it over. Marcus took it, glanced at it, and immediately looked up, asking, what is this? What is this? The Auckland Multinational Convention, you know it, right? It contains an agreement on import duties. You could say that without tariff protection, as long as goods enter the country, they can be sold out if the price is slightly lower. Instead of letting others do it, it's better for the Raymond family to do it themselves. So, this order can open up sales channels in the Duchy of Normandy. How about my gift? Good, it's really great. Maruna was somewhat incredulous. He looked at the order in his hand, then at Loy, going back and forth many times before finally suppressing his excitement. After calming down, he let out a long sigh, looked up at Luo Yi again, and asked, you should only be 18 years old this year, right? I think you should have investigated this thoroughly. What's wrong? It's truly astonishing. I feel like I'm not facing a teenager, but a cunning nobleman who has controlled the family for many years, almost flawlessly. Can I take that as a compliment? Mr. Maruna, let's not say anything more. I only have one question. Will you agree to my conditions? Do I have a reason to refuse? Maruna sighed and added, however, I also have a request. Go ahead. Magic energy factories are still a new thing, and many things are still being explored. Gathering so many people together to work requires appropriate management methods. The reason my Xiangsh can stand out among all magic energy factories, with the best and most stable product quality, is because the various jobs are well established, and the staff are all skilled. If possible, I hope the staff won't be reassigned, just ensure their work is done. As for me, after the transfer of controlling stake, I will leave. At that time, young Master Luo Yi can send someone to take over my position. Loy smiled strangely and asked, when did I say Mr. Maruna was leaving? Marquez suddenly looked up and asked, you're willing to use me? I'm still a student, with heavy coursework and not enough time for cultivation. Where would I find the time to manage a factory? Loy said matter-of-factly, so, Mr. Maruna, you'll still be the factory manager, and I won't interfere too much in the daily management. However, I will send an accountant and auditor to oversee everything, and every income and expenditure will be monitored. As long as the factory's profitability and development are not problematic, I generally won't ask too many questions, and I don't have the time. Are you serious? I don't have time to lie to you. Alright, that's good. At this moment, Maruna Marquez was already somewhat incoherent. After so many years in the business world, this was the first time his defenses had been completely shattered. His former reserve, arrogance, and prejudice had been completely destroyed in front of this young man, more than 20 years his junior. Then shall we cooperate? Loy said, extending his hand. Maruna immediately stood up, slightly bowing, and clasped his hands, saying, "It's a pleasure to cooperate with you, young Master Roy. What do you think of the specific contract? You can discuss that with Butler Hoover. Go to the government office later, change the ownership, and I'll arrange the remittance and the subsequent trade routes." Good, good, good. The negotiations thus came to an end. Though it felt long, it was actually less than an hour. Since it was still early, Maruna wanted to take Roy on a tour of the factory, or perhaps visit the magic energy pool again. Then, he would arrange a lavish banquet, where they could have a couple of drinks. But Roy had lost interest. He waved his hand in refusal and returned to Auckland City with Oliveira. Exercise can be addictive. After Roy got used to the high-intensity training and watched himself grow stronger little by little, he felt uncomfortable if he didn't train every day. Moreover, after more than half a month of training, Oliveira believed he had stabilized his cultivation level and was finally willing to teach him some new things. A second-tier combatant is not simply someone who has broken through the limits of mortals, they can also learn new skills. A strong physique is fundamental, but combat skills are the true measure of a person's fighting power. Second-tier wind chaser swordsmen actually possess several exclusive skills, which they should diligently study. In the carriage, the usually taciturn Oliveira spoke up, a rare occurrence. Roy was taken aback. "You mean that the person in the factory harbors immense malice towards us?" Oliveira nodded slowly. "Absolutely right." Roy tilted his head, pondering for a moment, then said, "It seems that the governor, our lord, has arranged a backup plan. This matter is probably not over yet." He murmured this, then fell silent. Evening, Auckland City. Inside an exquisitely decorated villa, a fat man bowed and scraped before an elderly man with gray hair, acting like a butler, and spoke to him. The white-haired old man was initially impatient, but the more he listened, the more serious his expression became. A moment later, the obese man was dismissed, while the old man hurriedly entered the hall and found a middle-aged man with a full beard. After explaining the situation, the white-haired old man hesitated before speaking. "Master, judging from the current situation, it seems the Raymond family really intends to acquire the Champagne Magic Textile Factory. If this goes through, our plans will likely fall apart, and we'll probably have a hard time explaining it to the Lord." The middle-aged man's expression darkened. "It's not that we'll have a hard time explaining it, but that we can't explain it at all. Our governor is no benevolent person. If things go wrong, he'll probably be the first to deal with us. Then what should we do now?" The middle-aged man pondered for a long time before finally saying, "If we can't solve the problem, then we should deal with the person who caused it. We can't touch champagne, that's what the Lord wants. However, if the Raymond family member, that is, Roy, dies, this deal will probably fall through." The white-haired butler looked panicked. Master, that's a nobleman, Roy Roy Fitz. His surname is Roy Fitz, not Raymond. He's just an illegitimate child. He's nothing." A sinister glint flashed across the middle-aged man's face. "However, this needs to be done discreetly, very discreetly, and absolutely cannot implicate us. If Maruna Marquez were here, he would likely recognize this man at a glance as Wooly Aaron, the middleman who introduced him to the wealthy merchant. Back in his mercenary days, he had a nickname, Viper." First chapter delivered. Chapter 29, The Wind Chaser. Although the deal was agreed upon, many things still needed to be finalized. For example, the equity transfer. This fell under the jurisdiction of the Auckland City government. The Habs Empire had a comprehensive equity act, though the review process was slow. Another issue was arranging for accountants and auditors to be stationed at the Magic Energy Textile Factory. They would be working there, monitoring every income and expenditure, essentially professional troublemakers. This was crucial. People's hearts couldn't withstand scrutiny, and it was best to prevent problems at their source. Fortunately, the Raymond family had considerable assets there and had trained many professionals, so only a few needed to be transferred. The most troublesome aspect was actually establishing a transportation route. The distance from Auckland City to the Norman Principality wasn't far, but the journey was fraught with difficulty. Given the current security situation, the route would involve bandits, pirates, and even the Navy, all requiring careful handling. However, Lloyd believed that the Raymond family had well-established channels and powerful methods, and Butler Hoover could arrange everything properly. Yes, all of this was left to Butler Hoover by Roy. He didn't get involved in the details, he just wanted to know the outcome. And Hoover readily accepted. This was something he had single-handedly brought about, and it was his biggest opportunity to demonstrate his abilities to the family, so he naturally spared no effort. Therefore, Roy was perfectly content to be a hands-off manager, and then he took Oliveira to learn new combat techniques. 19 Via Lombardi, first floor. In the spacious training room, Oliveira slowly removed his upper garments, revealing bronze-colored skin that looked like it had been cast in bronze. The muscles weren't particularly large, but they were clearly defined, and every movement seemed to contain boundless explosive power. He stood there holding a rapier, first closing his eyes slightly, as if organizing his thoughts. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Combatants are indeed not as complex as spellcasters, but each profession has its own core and characteristics. A combatant who doesn't know their profession's exclusive combat skills is just a useless person walking on one leg, with mediocre combat power. Like that vulture Blackjack, he's a second-tier fighter, but he's completely powerless against you. If the first tier is the process of developing battle ki from nothing, the second tier is the stage of accumulating quantity and seeking control. Battle ki originates from the heart and flows throughout the body with the blood, but you can't control the flow of blood, so naturally you can't control the flow of battle ki. The function of battle ki at this stage is mainly twofold. One is to restore physical energy. Strenuous physical activity, especially combat, naturally causes a large loss of physical strength, and the recovery process varies from person to person, but it all takes time. Battle ki can quickly fill the gap, restore physical strength, and increase combat endurance. Combatants above the second tier have several times the endurance of a peak first-tier fighter. You should have some understanding of this, because ordinary high-intensity training is no longer enough for you. Both the training volume and the training time need to be increased significantly. Hearing this, Luoya couldn't help but nod slightly, finding it very reasonable. Oliveira continued, "Of course, this is a basic ability, almost instinctive, and doesn't require special training. But further on, there's the control and gathering of battle ki, which means that after accumulating a large amount of battle ki in a certain part, it can provide a short-term boost. For example, a significant increase in strength, faster speed, increased attack power, improved defense, and so on. This actually involves many subtle operations, which can have all sorts of strange effects, but that's too far removed from you." Oliveira was definitely a taciturn person, which was related to his upbringing. As a combatant who came from the slums, until he completely gained Earl Raymond's trust, the path he walked and the dangers he experienced far exceeded what ordinary people could imagine. Of course, this is why he achieved the third-tier transcendental level at the age of 35. This is something not everyone can do. Even the hereditary knights of the Raymond family, trained from childhood, are considered promising if they can reach the second tier by the age of 25. As for the third tier of transcendence, that's beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, as the captain of Earl Raymond's guard, he has the responsibility of training his subordinates, which forces him to speak. As a result, the usually taciturn Oliveira becomes a chatterbox whenever he's on the training ground. He continued, "Battle ki flowing at will is the ideal state. But in reality, battle ki flows mixed in with the blood, and in the early stages of cultivation, it's basically uncontrollable. Therefore, countless predecessors researched and found certain movements that can stimulate certain parts of the body, thereby achieving the effect of intercepting battle ki and gathering it for a short burst, like this." Before his voice had even echoed in his ears, Oliveira had already moved. He landed on his feet, suddenly took a step forward. His figure blurred for a moment, and when he reappeared, he was already more than 10 steps away. His landing posture was also unique, touching the ground with his toes and slightly arching his body, making him appear even more silent and motionless. Then, he turned in a different direction, took another step, his figure disappeared and reappeared, then turned again, disappeared, reappeared, turned again, disappeared, reappeared. As if to show off his skills, Oliveira's speed increased faster and faster, to the point that more than a dozen solid after images appeared in the arena. Even so, a clear voice could still be heard, Oliveira's words remaining perfectly calm. This is one of the exclusive skills of a second-tier Windchaser swordsman, called Windchaser Step, which can greatly increase speed for a short period of time. Luoya felt dizzy. He even had the urge to close his eyes, but he kept them firmly open. Deep in his eyes, blue light flickered, and characters flashed like a screen, finally restoring Oliveira's figure. It was the result after slowing down several times, drawing a series of movement trajectories, but that was nothing. Most importantly, with a deep blue scan, Luo Yi seemed to see invisible battle aura constantly expanding and contracting between his legs. Each stomp of the ground caused his battle ki to rapidly expand outwards, and each landing allowed him to replenish it after its depletion. Then, in one cycle, he would take a step, his muscles and bones vibrating and exerting force, and a figure would flash, moving with incredible speed. Luo Yi's eyes lit up. He had to admit, he was tempted. Just then, Oliveira's voice came again. The wind-chasing step is just a footwork technique. Increasing speed can be used to escape, but it can also be used to kill enemies. For example, like this, Oliveira finally drew her sword, and the slender blade flashed, dancing through the air like leaping silver light. Coupled with the speed of a whirlwind, a silver light seemed to crisscross and dance in the large room. But the more beautiful something is, the more intense its killing intent. Suddenly, all the illusions and sword light vanished, and Oliveira stood before Luo Yi again. He remained calm, neither blushing nor out of breath, simply looking at Luo Yi and saying, "Why don't you give it a try?" Luo Yi readily agreed, drawing his silver angel rapier and mimicking Oliveira's movements, beginning to take steps. Exclusive skills, naturally, weren't easy to learn. His first few steps only superficially resembled the movements, offering no real effect. Oliveira, unfazed, offered guidance. He pointed out where the movements were incorrect, how to apply force, which points to stimulate, and where pauses were necessary. Oliveira's instructions were incredibly detailed, breaking down each movement with meticulous care. As the captain of the guard, he had guided many like Luo Yi, possessing considerable experience. Of course, he didn't expect Luo Yi to learn it quickly. After all, if exclusive skills were so easy to learn, there wouldn't be so many self-taught combatants. Luo Yi gestured intently, seemingly searching for the right feel for the movements, and asked curiously, "Teacher, in your experience, how long does it take to learn the windchaser step?" Oliveira tilted her head slightly, as if thinking for a moment, before saying, "Theoretically speaking, it takes 3 months to find the feel, another 3 months to hone the skill, and if you can master it within 6 months, you're considered qualified." 6 months, just to get started. Luo Yi's voice rose considerably. Oliveira pursed her lips. There are even more talented ones who can familiarize themselves with the movements in a month and a half, and hone their physique in a month and a half. Achieving something after 3 months of practice is considered exceptional talent. Faster, faster, Oliveira's eyes lit up. I've seen someone who familiarized themselves with the movements in half a month, honed them in half a month, and after a month, they were already quite proficient. That's absolute genius, the perfect physique for a windchaser swordsman. Who is that person? Naturally, it's me, Oliveira. Teacher is awesome. Luo Yi tilted her head and asked, "But, teacher, what kind of aptitude is needed to master it on the same day?" "Absolutely impossible." Luo Yi smiled slightly, saying, "Actually, it's possible." In his mind, he spoke to Shen Lan, "Activate the shielding module, mobilize blood to converge in your legs." Shen Lan replied, "Yes." Thus, Luo Yi's heart pounded violently, blood surged like a river, and battle ki flowed along with the blood to his legs. The veins on Luo Yi's legs, hidden beneath his clothing, bulged conspicuously. At the same time, his, swift as the wind, talent activated, his reflexes reaching their peak. And everything in his field of vision seemed to slow down. Until, suddenly, his battle ki exploded. Luo Yi took a step forward, his figure blurring into a phantom, reappearing before a wall, only a sword's width away. That sword's width was the distance of the silver angel rapier. Any further and he would crash into it. This was definitely a mistake. Luo Yi hadn't expected to travel so far with a single step. But he couldn't afford to lose face, so he turned to Oliveira and asked, "Teacher, what kind of aptitude do you think I have?" Oliveira was dumbfounded, muttering, "This is impossible, impossible. How did you do that?" Luo Yi, "Well, isn't it just about having legs?" This was revised, and took some time. Chapter 30, Sky-Piercing Slash. In fact, Luo Yi shaded to achieve this. First, a normal beginner in the second tier of the windchaser swordsmanship wouldn't be able to precisely control their battle ki, but Luo Yi could. The main function of the cheetah breathing technique, refinement, is to enhance physical fitness with battle ki. After high-intensity training, the body inevitably suffers damage, which is then repaired with battle ki. This repeated process naturally leads to increasing strength. This process naturally involves the control, mobilization, and circulation of battle ki, all of which are inherent in the training process. Of course, this control is still quite rudimentary, given the low skill level, but it's sufficient for basic use. Moreover, to avoid failing in her attempt to show off, Luo Yi activated the shielding module. Among the many modules of Deep Blue, this shielding module is the most dangerous, because improper use or excessive use can cause irreversible damage. However, it's also a life-saving measure when necessary. The super gene butler originated from brain-computer interfaces, but initially, this practice of injecting programming into one's own body was met with public resistance. After all, no one wants to become a steel monster when their flesh and blood are intact. Later, however, it was the health monitoring module that changed everyone's minds. This module, which could monitor physical condition in real time, detect lesions immediately, and address them promptly, ensured everyone's health. Although it was far from immortality, the temptation to live to the limit of lifespan while remaining healthy and in excellent physical condition was irresistible. Thus, almost everyone switched sides, their initial concerns about the super gene manager turning into acceptance. Undoubtedly, nothing is more important than life. The shielding module was actually launched alongside the health check module, its function being to shield the senses in extreme situations to save lives. For example, in a car accident, shielding pain allows for at least free movement, prioritizing escape. Or, in the case of severed limbs, it can control blood flow, stopping bleeding promptly and preventing fatalities. These functions are very practical. However, while shielding is necessary in extreme situations, frequent activation could cause uncontrollable damage. Therefore, Luo Yi never considered shielding pain during training. This was the first time he used the module, just to show off. Since the blood flow rate can be controlled and bleeding stopped in time, the blood can naturally be directed to the legs. More blood means more battle ki, thus enabling the wind-chasing step. Combined with the swift as the wind talent, the triple effect is almost excessive. Oliveira was still somewhat incredulous and had Luo Yi demonstrate several more times. Luo Yi didn't hesitate, and right there in the training ground, he began to lift his feet and step, his movements as swift as lightning, appearing and disappearing in an instant. It was clear that at the beginning, he was still somewhat inexperienced, unable to control his strength well. But as the number of repetitions increased, his speed increased, and his control became stronger, even beginning to attempt continuous stepping. This rate of progress left Oliveira somewhat bewildered. He prided himself on his exceptional talent, but he had never seen such exceptional talent before. Perhaps still somewhat incredulous, he began to teach Luo Yi his second exclusive combat skill, Swift Strike. Since battle aura can erupt between the legs, significantly increasing speed, erupting it in the sword-wielding arm can elevate the already astonishing sword speed to another level. This is the Swift Strike. Of course, the principle is always simple, but learning it is far from easy. First, you must have an extremely high level of skill in swift swordsmanship. If your swordsmanship is insufficient, swinging a rapier around aimlessly might injure yourself before harming the enemy. Second, the battle aura gathering in the arm must be swift enough, otherwise it easily disrupts the original sword stance. A distorted movement will not only fail to kill, but also make you vulnerable to being caught out by the enemy, which could cost you your life. Oliveira demonstrated it to Luo 3 times, and the swift swordsmanship, each move perfectly executed, remained unchanged. But suddenly, the battle aura erupted, the sword's speed increased instantly, the sound of it cutting through the air was like a sharp whistle, and the rapier flashed, revealing a fan-shaped blade of light. The speed was so fast that the eye could not catch it. In battle, such a sudden attack was unstoppable and unavoidable. During the second demonstration, Oliveira deliberately slowed down, explaining the intricacies of the technique. For example, once familiar with the skill, every strike of the swift sword technique could be transformed into a swift strike. However, even with Oliveira's slow demonstration, the naked eye couldn't capture the trajectory of the technique's execution. Roy had to rely on Deep Blue's scanning and slow motion effects to see it clearly. The third demonstration was even slower, a meticulous explanation and demonstration of each movement. Although there was an element of defiance, as the captain of the guard, his teaching was thorough. Roy had to admit that the swift strike was far more difficult than swift step, and not so easy to learn. So, this time he practiced alone for half an hour, finally getting the hang of it. Roy's swift sword technique was, after all, at LV6, giving him control over the rapier far beyond that of ordinary combatants. Furthermore, he had cheated with a shielding module, naturally managing to use the swift strike as well. The silver angel rapier was drawn, flashing as the sound of its friction against the scabbard still echoed in midair, already drawing a fan-shaped arc of sword light. For the first time, Luo Yi felt a loss of control. Yes, the speed was too fast, causing him to lose control of the sword in his hand. This feeling was unpleasant, but without a doubt, Luo Yi had successfully learned this sword technique. This time, Oliveira appeared much calmer, at least not as out of control as before. So, after standing still for a moment, he unleashed another sword strike. This time, the sword light lingered, drawing 2 crosses in midair, turning the training target into 4 lobes. This was the Windchaser swordsman's third exclusive skill, instant kill. Also known as cross instant kill. This exclusive skill evolved from the cross sword technique, requiring 2 consecutive bursts of battle aura within a short period to create an interwoven fan-shaped sword light. This skill was much more difficult, without extremely high attainments in swift sword technique. One simply could not control the sword in their hand, nor could they form a cross shape. Furthermore, the continuous bursts of battle ki put immense pressure on the arms, and could even cause injury if one is not careful. Therefore, the training of this ultimate sword technique requires utmost caution. Even with his cheat code, Luo Yi spent over 2 hours, with Shenlan's help, figuring out the internal circulation of battle ki. But this was only a matter of understanding. Knowing is easy, doing is difficult. To this end, Luo Yi practiced and tried again and again, with Shenlan helping him correct his mistakes, and his technique became increasingly refined. As dawn approached and the morning light streamed into the room through the window, Luo Yi suddenly stepped forward, drew his sword, and the slender blade sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, drawing 2 fan-shaped arcs in midair, forming a cross. The cross instant kill, the ultimate killing technique of the swift sword art, was thus mastered. In the corner, Oliveira, who had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up like a spring. He stared at the gradually dissipating cross-shaped sword light, speechless for a long time. Only when Luo Yi stopped in front of him did Oliveira look at him, pause for a moment, and ask, "Young Master Luo Yi, what are you trying to do?" Luo Yi said, "I heard that the reason why Windchaser swordsmen are named Windchaser is because a second-tier Windchaser swordsman at the peak can chase the wind with his sword, and thus cut a wind with his sword. I wonder if it's true or not. So, you want to learn the sky-piercing slash?" Oliveira suddenly realized, placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, and began to take steps forward. He didn't walk fast, and it was even obvious that he was adjusting his breathing, until he stood in the middle of the house, and then slowly drew his rapier. It was clear that his hand holding the sword was very light and relaxed, but in an instant, he suddenly exerted force and trembled. Buzz buzz buzz. The rapier vibrated rapidly, as if it had a high-frequency vibration motor installed, and white rings of energy actually rippled around the blade. At that moment, a deep blue scream almost pierced her eardrums. "Holy crap, it's a mock ring." "It really is a mock ring." Oliveira raised her hand and flicked her wrist, the sword whistling repeatedly. A gust of wind detached from the blade and slashed through the air. The crescent-shaped wind swirled, cutting an arc before striking the wall, leaving a shallow wound about a meter long and an inch deep. This was the ultimate achievement of a second-tier Windchaser swordsman, the sky-piercing slash. At this moment, Luo Yi had only one thought: what's written in the book is actually true. Keep reading, it's so important, please keep reading. Chapter 31, Optimizing Combat Techniques. There's a simple truth: you can only truly understand the inner workings of an industry by entering it. In the realm of combat professionals, Luo Yi had only just begun to grasp the basics. Then, he discovered that even within the same level, the difference in strength could be absurdly vast. Just like the attribute panel displays, leveling up a profession increases the main attribute, while leaping through ranks requires a qualitative change in battle aura. But the problem is, besides these, there are many other factors that influence a person's combat power. For example, Vulture Blackjack, a second-tier swordsman, only had the cross-sword technique to his name, which was barely passable. The rest was nothing special. The Windchaser swordsman, even without the sky-piercing slash, had 3 exclusive combat skills, one of which was a finishing move. Luo Yi was quite learned. He had read many books and had a deep understanding of the Windchaser swordsman. This kind of agile swordsmanship profession was actually quite powerful. It was just that how far one could cultivate it depended on the individual. More than one book mentioned that the limit of a wind-chaser swordsman was this sky-piercing slash. It's a sword technique that only those with exceptional physique, fighting spirit, and swordsmanship can possibly learn. Often, if a second-tier swordsman were to master this sky-piercing slash, even a newly ascended third-tier transcendent wouldn't be unable to challenge him. To be honest, both Luo Yi and Shenlan were skeptical of this part of the record. In Shenlan's words, isn't the sky-piercing slash just a wind blade thrown out to injure the enemy? This can only be formed under supersonic speeds, through the compression and expansion of airflow, commonly seen in the Mach rings that appear on the tail of a supersonic aircraft during acceleration. So, is this something a human can accomplish? Luo Yi's public display today actually had two purposes. First, his cultivation speed was too fast, and he really didn't want to spend 3 to 6 months mastering a skill. It would be better to empty his mind all at once and then slowly figure it out himself, well, mainly Shenlan. Second, he wanted to see this compressed airflow forming a lethal sky-piercing slash. Of course, before Oliveira unleashed that sword strike, he didn't believe it, but now, he had no choice but to believe it. However, Oliveira made it very clear that he had unleashed this sky-piercing slash with a physique, swordsmanship, and control of a third-tier Gale swordsman. In other words, he couldn't have done it at the peak of the second tier. In fact, those who could do it only exist in books and records, usually those heroes who left behind legendary names. Having said all this, Oliveira turned and left, his departing figure carrying a hint of desolation. Clearly, he had been deeply affected by the night. However, at this moment, Loi couldn't care less about him. Instead, she looked at her own attribute panel, skills, Old Continent Knowledge LV3, Swift Sword Skill LV6, 25 out of 100, Cheetah Breathing Technique, Accumulation LV4, 30/100, Cheetah Breathing Technique, Refinement LV1, 50 out of 100, Herbal Identification LV3, 65/100, Alchemy LV1, 10 out of 100, New Skills, Gale Step LV0, 0/100, Swift Strike LV0, 0/100, Cross Instant Kill LV0, 0/100, Sky Piercing /LV0, 0/100. This night was absolutely fruitful, far more than could be expected. In his mind, Luo Yi spoke. Deep Blue, activate the analysis module and analyze the principles behind these skills. Then, use the auxiliary learning module to create the most suitable learning scenario for me. Skills? I've got them all for you, and with teacher Oliveira's personal guidance and demonstrations, you can't let me down, Deep Blue confidently replied. Master, just watch. I'll definitely optimize the combat techniques to be most suitable for you. It will absolutely make your strength and cultivation speed far surpass those of your peers. I love hearing that, haha, get busy. Okay. Having achieved his goal, Luo Yi felt exhausted from a sleepless night. He simply skipped class, washed up, and then he had a wonderful nap. In his dream, he wielded a silver angel rapier, its sword energy overflowing, invincible and unstoppable. Even in his sleep, a smile played on his lips. Meanwhile, in the room next door, Oliveira looked somewhat lost and dejected. He unfolded a sheet of paper, wanting to write several times, but stopping halfway through each time. He was known to Earl Raymond for his loyalty, integrity, and silence, but he wasn't sure if sending this letter today would make Earl Raymond think he'd gone mad. Even worse, it was only because he'd witnessed it himself. Otherwise, if someone else told him what they'd seen that night, he'd probably think that person was insane too. Oliveira was caught in a dilemma. To Loi's surprise, when he woke up, Oliveira had actually started working hard. This level 14, third-tier Gale swordsman had begun to ponder the mysteries of elemental aura. Normally, his training focused on comprehension, appearing quite leisurely. But today, he unusually started with basic physical training, the intensity of which was even greater than Loi's. His various sword techniques and footwork were also eye-opening for Loi. It was only because the area was too small to fully utilize his aura, otherwise, the power of his released aura would be truly formidable. In addition, he asked Roy to help him purchase potions. Since there were potions suitable for second-tier warriors, there were naturally better ones, more suitable for third-tier swift swordsmen, though the prices were truly exorbitant. However, Roy agreed without hesitation. withdrawing another 100 gold tills from the public account. Roy knew the principle that power unused is power wasted, and he didn't care at all about taking advantage of the Raymond family. Moreover, while the Raymond family might have objections to his expenses and consumption, they were more than happy to supply Oliveira's training needs. It's worth mentioning that such high-level potions were even rarer in the ancient spirit mage tower, as few people had the money to buy them, and sourcing them took time. However, this deal couldn't fall through. Therefore, the ancient spirit mage tower sent a formal mage to negotiate, offering a 10% discount, on the condition that all subsequent potions must also be purchased from them. Feeling respected, Luo Yi ordered another batch of potions for himself, costing 20 gold tires, a 10% discount, and paying through the company account. This extravagance was simply outrageous. As a result, Luo Yi was undoubtedly a VIP in the ancient spirit mage tower. Of course, Luo Yi didn't care about any of this, he only cared about his cultivation progress, which couldn't be slowed down in the slightest. In just a few days, Shen Lan had completed the analysis and optimization of his combat skills, understanding the specific principles, and then optimizing them according to Luo Yi's physical attributes, making them the most suitable for him. The method remained the same: first, using the auxiliary learning module to simulate real-world scenarios, practicing, trying, comprehending, and using them repeatedly in his dreams. During the day, when training in the Academy's training grounds, he could quickly find the feel for them and become proficient. On his attribute panel, the LV0 skills had all become LV1, and they were improving at a visible rate every day. However, of the 4 combat skills, he could only cultivate 3 at this stage: Wind Chaser, Swift Strike, and Cross Instant Kill. The Void Slash demands extremely high physical strength, a requirement that Luo Yi is far from meeting. According to Deep Blue's estimation, the Void Slash requires at least 18 points in agility, and at least 16 points in strength and constitution to sustain it. 18 points in the primary attribute is equivalent to level 9, second-tier Wind Chaser Swordsman, a standard many combatants can achieve. However, the problem is that secondary attributes must all be above 16 points, which is a bit too demanding. Those with a balanced development of strength, agility, and constitution like Luo Yi are extremely rare. Most third-tier transcendents might not even reach this goal. However, for Luo Yi, it's just a matter of time. As he becomes more proficient with the 3 skills, Luo Yi uses them with increasing ease, attracting even more attention. At the Filament Magic Academy's training grounds, although he occupies only a secluded corner and trains alone every day, the occasional glances from the students are filled with envy and hatred. They even see swordsmanship teacher Mr. Williams Collar personally approaching him for guidance. Yes, for guidance, not instruction. A teacher asking a student for advice, can you believe it? But that's exactly what happened. Actually, Williams Collar was also incredibly embarrassed. Under everyone's gaze, his face burned red, and he even stammered. But he didn't back down. Embarrassment aside, he still had to ask for guidance. Luo Yi wasn't stingy with his explanations, and it was only after communicating with him that he learned that Williams Collar, the mercenary swordsman specially hired by the Academy's dean, had only mastered Wind Chaser Step and Swift Strike. He didn't know the Cross Instant Kill at all. In fact, among the Wind Chaser swordsmen he knew, only 1 or 2 at the peak of the second tier could master it. As for the Sky-Piercing Slash, sorry, are you kidding me? I don't know any Wind Chaser swordsman could create a sword wind from a distance. Anyway, having a goal provides motivation, and as time went on, Luo Yi gradually became a mature second-tier swordsman. It was around this time that old Hoover sent a message. The matter of investing in the magical textile factory in the Champagne House had taken another turn. This time, it was actually within the city hall that the equity transfer was still pending. This first round of testing is crucial. Don't hold back on reading. Chapter 32, Lure the Snake Out of Its Hole. 19 Via Lombardi, 2nd floor. You mean, him? What's his name again? The deputy director of the audit department, named Edith Harrell, 40 years old, no connections, has been working in the administration for 20 years. I don't care about his connections, I just want to know, who gave him the guts to cause us trouble? He didn't say he wouldn't approve it, just that there are many similar cases lately, and they need to verify them one by one, so it might be a bit slow. Hell, he dares to make the Raymond family queue up, and he says he's not just looking for trouble. Luo Yi sat behind her desk, legs propped on the ground, leaning slightly back, a smile on her face, but an indescribable coldness. To be honest, investing in the Xiangsh magic textile factory wasn't simple. Although Luoyu only appeared once to finalize the deal, the various investigations, probes, back and forth exchanges, and even the follow-up after the deal were all incredibly exhausting. Logically, any one of these issues should be more troublesome than equity correction. The Habsburg Empire has a relatively comprehensive shareholding act, containing a complete set of regulations. The so-called auditing department is essentially just a government agency. The deputy director of the auditing department has little real power. At most, he might slack off and delay the process a little longer. This longer time is only a week or two, meaning he's already in the queue. The problem is, even setting aside the Raymond family, the Marx family, to which Maruna Marx belongs, isn't just a minor director, they're practically deputy. Would they dare to be negligent? Lowering her head slightly, Loy pondered for a moment, then looked at Butler Hoover and asked, "What did Maruna Marcus say?" Butler Hoover replied, "He seems even more anxious than we are. Even if we don't invest in Xiangshili, we can find other magic-powered factories. But Xiangshili is waiting for our money to pay wages, cover raw material costs, and maintain normal operations. Not to mention, they have a large stockpile of finished products in their warehouses." He paused, then explained, "The equity restructuring represents the authority of the Habs Empire. Only with the Empire's backing is it effective. Only after the equity restructuring will we be shareholders of Xiangshili's magic-powered textile factory. At that point, making payments, transporting goods, and opening new trade routes will all be legitimate. As a result, this first step has stalled, making it impossible to move forward." "I see." Butler Hoover's explanation made Loy understand the seriousness of the situation even more clearly. This was a transaction, and the level of trust between the two parties was limited. Both were afraid the other would back out. Without the Empire's backing, it would indeed be difficult to proceed. Loy asked again, "Do you think this could be one of Lord Marquis's schemes?" "It's hard to say. Besides, although he's the consul, many people in the government office are placed by the Marquis family. Speaking of which, the head of the audit department is also a retainer of the Marquis family. Didn't you think of talking to this head?" "Yes, I did. Maruna and I went to see the head of the audit department. He personally greeted us, and after learning about the matter, he readily agreed. Then he took us to Edith Harrell and demanded that she approve the audit. Then, Edith Harrell actually stubbornly argued with their head, insisting that the audit wasn't complete and we had to wait longer." Hoover was somewhat exasperated at this point. "So audacious," Loy murmured, becoming even calmer. He smiled and said, "Looks like I'll have to meet with this Edith Harrell." Butler Hoover said, "When does the young master plan to go?" "I'll arrange it." No need for your arrangements. It's not a formal meeting, just tonight. Then you'll go with Mr. Oliveira. If my teacher goes, I'm afraid he won't dare to come out, so I'll go alone." As Loy said this, he suddenly laughed. I don't know why, but I'm suddenly a little excited. Gabachab Street, house number 103. This is Edith Harrell's home, a two-story house with bright red walls and a small yard in front, filled with various green plants and trees. Although, according to Butler Hoover, this Edith Harrell is nobody, he is still a figure who has been deeply involved in the government system for 20 years. He had some connections and a decent income. This Gabuchabu neighborhood was even better than Lombard Street. Edith Harrell was a man who enjoyed life, and he tended the flowers and plants in his small courtyard quite well. However, the owner of this courtyard, Edith Harrell, was trembling with fear today. Edith Harrell was short and slightly overweight, with a round face that gave him a rather honest appearance. At this moment, his legs were trembling, and despite the autumn weather, he was sweating profusely, even appearing somewhat unsteady. He said with a mournful face, "Lord Aaron, I've done everything you asked, and even things I couldn't do. I even slammed my fist on the table in front of the director today. I'm afraid I won't get away with this." As he spoke, Edith Harrell couldn't stop his tears, but he wouldn't let go of the man's sleeve, clinging tightly to him. The middle-aged man wore a well-fitting trench coat and a brown-gray hat, and his demeanor was composed. However, his face, covered in a thick beard, and his eyes, like those of a viper, ruined his appearance. Everyone who met his gaze felt a chill run down their spine. This man was none other than Willie Aaron, a former friend of Maruna Marcus, nicknamed the Viper. He tugged at his sleeve a few times but couldn't break free, and could only let Eddie pull him along. However, his voice was gentle. "Mr. Edith, rest assured, I have made thorough preparations and will leave no trouble behind, much less implicate you. As for your director, could he possibly kill you? If you're unhappy with your job, just resign and come work for me. I will definitely give you a satisfactory position. As for the evidence of your embezzlement and bribery, I will deliver it directly to you after this matter is over. From now on, we will be even, and I will never pressure you again." Edith Harrell dismissed the first few sentences as nonsense until the last one, when he suddenly looked up. "Are you telling the truth? When have I ever lied to you?" Wooly Aaron finally seized the opportunity to free his right hand, smoothing out his sleeve, before pointing out a window. "Look, the sun is about to set. The sky is already red." Edith Harrell also turned to look. He saw the sun setting in the west, disappearing into the clouds, its last rays a crimson hue, painting the entire earth red. At number 19 Lombard Street, Lloyd was also watching the sunset. He wore a strikingly bright red gentleman's suit, his right hand gripping a fine cane, a silver angel's rapier hanging at his waist. Gazing at the setting sun, his eyes gradually shifted from warm to cold. "You really don't need me to come along. No, I need to learn to train on my own." Night fell, the moon and stars were few. Due to the significant temperature difference, a light mist hung over Auckland, not too thick, but enough to create a hazy, indistinct view. Streetlights were lit along the road, their dim yellow light illuminating a small area, creating a dreamlike atmosphere with a crisp autumn wind and swirling fallen leaves. Few pedestrians were on the road, making Lloyd appear alone, yet he walked lightly and calmly, as if going to a banquet. In his eyes, a panoramic map was reflected, along with a clearly visible route. The journey from Lombard Street to the Gabchev district wasn't long, and most of it consisted of main streets, so even at night, there were still quite a few pedestrians. The only exception was a relatively complex area, the junction of two police stations, a typical three-way intersection. No matter which direction you went, there were numerous side streets and alleys, making the road conditions extremely complicated. Theoretically, this place wasn't suitable for an ambush, but clearly, the unknown enemy on the other side had indeed set up an ambush here. As Roy stood at the three-way intersection, noisy footsteps came from the two side streets ahead. In the thin mist, shadowy figures appeared, indicating a large number of people were approaching. Roy looked back and saw that from the road he had come from, many people were also emerging from around the corner. "Roy Roy Fitz, you'll die here today," a rough voice echoed at the intersection, followed by the sound of swords being drawn. The imposing presence was palpable. Roy, however, felt no pressure whatsoever. He muttered to himself, "Now it seems this Edith Harrell was just bait, designed to lure me out. Although I don't know who the opponent is yet, there's no doubt he can't solve the problem, so he's going to deal with the one who raised it. However, this fish of mine isn't one that anyone can swallow." Before his mutterings had even faded, Roy looked up, a smile playing on his lips. Then, his cane fell to the ground, his rapier drew, and the figure shot out like lightning. The troublemaker had arrived. Chapter 33, Slaying the Enemy. To be honest, Wooly Aaron's plan could only be described as crude. However, Lloyd was well versed in history and knew that conspiracies in this world weren't complicated, many involved direct confrontation. Therefore, Lloyd didn't intend to play too complex a game, he just wanted to kill his way through. This time, Wooly Aaron had enlisted the Razor Gang from Auckland. In the current state of the Habsburg Empire, rampant gang activity in cities was commonplace, and various armed conflicts were constant. However, most gangs were simply groups gathered for self-defense and to make a living. But some large gangs had influence spanning multiple cities, possessing high cohesion and loyalty, and involved in numerous illegal activities. The Razor Gang was one of them. It was said that the Razor Gang originated in a small town in the Kingdom of Sardinia, initially founded by the Shelby family, but later grew increasingly powerful, even expanding beyond national borders and becoming widespread. Even within the Habsburg Empire, many outsiders from the Kingdom of Sardinia gathered, forming gangs that often called themselves the Razor Claws. Over time, different Razor Claws in different regions began adding a city name before their names for distinction. However, there wasn't a strict hierarchical relationship between the Razor Claws, otherwise, governments wouldn't tolerate their existence. Of course, because they all originated from the Kingdom of Sardinia and were all part of the Razor Claw framework, the relationships between the various Razor Claws were relatively close, exhibiting a certain degree of cohesion. The Auckland Razor Claws were undoubtedly one of the strongest gangs in the entire city of Auckland. The Bloodhands were mere children compared to them, and Aang's brotherhood was nothing. This time, Woolly Aaron had paid a hefty price to engage the Auckland Razor Claws. Roy's life alone was worth a full 100 gold tires. That was a full 100 gold tires, even for the Razor Claws. That was 2 months' net profit. As a result, the Razor Gang, which had previously stopped engaging in such public killings, dispatched all its thugs, almost mobilizing their entire force. However, the Razor Gang hadn't expected that in this situation, Luo Yi, a first-year student at the Fillet Magic Academy, would dare to strike first. To be honest, Luo Yi wasn't a person who championed violence. He had fought very few times in his past life. But what could he do? The world was like that. Kindness was often taken advantage of, so it was better to take a sword and kill indiscriminately. In a few steps, Luo Yi was already in front of one of them, his rapier held before him. With another step, the rapier shot out like lightning. The man, seeing Luo Yi, had a fierce look in his eyes. He didn't flinch or dodge, but instead drew his sword and slashed, fighting with reckless abandon. These gangsters weren't particularly strong, but they had plenty of experience in brawls and knew that in this situation, whoever tried to dodge would lose. Unfortunately, this man was ruthless but lacked strength. Luo Yi's sword was far faster than he had imagined, like lightning, already piercing his heart. When he pulled back, the small wound was gushing blood, and he had lost all strength. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, his increasingly weak breaths kicking up dust. With his last strength, he turned his head slightly and looked back. And his pupils reflected the scene of Luo Yi slaughtering his way through the enemy ranks. His last thought was, so, he's that strong. Luo Yi was like a tiger among sheep, his rapier flying, always able to deliver the blade to his enemies' chests at the most unbelievable angles and with the fastest speed. He was clearly an agile swordsman, but he was doing the work of a strength-based warrior, pushing his way through the enemy ranks. His rapier moved like a dragon, and as it passed, corpses fell one after another. Upon closer inspection, all the gang members had been stabbed in the heart. There was no other way to die. In just a few dozen breaths, a whole group of people had fallen, at least 20 or so dead. This time, the gang members who rushed up felt a great fear. Their charge slowed, their swords lowered, and their shouts grew weaker. They weren't afraid to die, but no one wanted to die like this. Never before had they felt such a vast difference in strength between themselves and the warriors. Just then, Luo Yi suddenly sensed danger. His talent, Fatal Crisis, activated, and a sharp, needle-like pain shot through his chest and abdomen. Without hesitation, he leaned back, bending low until his body was level with the ground. Then, a great sword flew past him, just short of his eyes. In that instant, Luo Yi clearly saw it, a typical knight's greatsword, large, wide, and heavy. It must have weighed at least several tens of kilograms. Its power would be immense if swung. Of course, that was assuming it hit someone. The next second, Luo Yi straightened up, a deafening roar behind him. The greatsword had slashed dozens of meters, crashing into the ground, shattering bricks and exploding soil. The rising dust even created a wave of air that spread outwards. However, Luo Yi showed no intention of turning back, her gaze fixed intently ahead. From the misty haze, a massive figure slowly emerged, each step accompanied by the clanging of armor against armor. The overwhelming pressure made Luo Yi realize that this person was undoubtedly a second-tier combatant, most likely a knight. But that wasn't all. Two figures emerged from the crowd on either side. One was clearly a woman, wearing a skirt with a slit reaching her thighs, her figure swaying with each step. Her weapons, two single-handed longswords, clashed together occasionally, producing a metallic clang. On the other side was a short, stocky swordsman, strode forward with an arrogant air. His sword hung at his waist, one hand gripping it, as if ready to be drawn at any moment. At this point, fear wasn't the right word for Luo Yi, but the words of that kid Aang flashed through her mind. There aren't many second-tier combatants in the gang. There aren't many ghosts, but 3 appeared in a single encounter. Can you call that not many? This thought still lingered in his mind when the armored knight angrily demanded, "You killed 21 of my gang members. In such a short time, you've killed 21 of my men." His voice roared like a bear, echoing throughout the three-way intersection. "I'll tear you apart. Tear you apart." Boom. 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 Footsteps accompanied the slight tremor of the earth as the armored knight charged forward, like a golem trampling, his power astonishing. But Luo Yi merely glanced around, his figure suddenly shifting, dust billowing from his feet as he charged towards the female swordsman wielding a two-handed sword. Using his wind chaser step, he instantly appeared before her, his slender sword flashing as he aimed at her. The female swordsman, who had originally intended to join the encirclement, saw Luo Yi charging towards her and her eyes narrowed. She drew both swords simultaneously, recklessly tracing a circle. She was actually confident. As a fellow second-tier cultivator, she was no less capable than the young man before her. However, as their weapons clashed in midair, sparks flew, and after only a few exchanges, she sensed danger. Luo Yi's rapier, though seemingly slender, was clearly a magical weapon, possessing immense resilience. Moreover, his swordsmanship was superb. Every flick of his arm, every bend of the sword tip, seemed to be under his complete control. As a result, every flash of swordlight was aimed at her vital points. The female swordsman, wielding two swords, attacked left and right, yet couldn't keep up with his speed. Forced to retreat, she tried to create distance and evade his attacks. Behind her, the swordsman with the dagger quickly caught up. His footwork was unique, the distance he covered was small, but the pace was incredibly fast, leaving afterimages. His body was as low as possible, his longsword hanging at his waist, his right hand gripping the hilt, like a predatory cheetah, seeking only a fatal blow. As for the armored knight, he was still picking up his heavy sword. Well, a strength-type knight is intimidating when charging, but in terms of agility, he's naturally inferior. At this moment, it seems like 1 against 3, but in reality, it's just 1 against 1. So, a few moments later, the swordsman finally caught up, his longsword flashing with a chilling killing intent. In that instant, the female swordsman no longer cared about anything else. She spun around, her muscles gathering power, her two light swords held horizontally, ready to unleash her killing move, whirlwind slash. But at that very moment, Luo Yi suddenly narrowed his eyes. Everything around him seemed to slow down, and the battle ore he had accumulated in his arms and legs suddenly exploded. So, in the instant the female swordsman was wide open, Luo Yi suddenly crashed into her arms, his longsword creating a series of silver sword shadows, slicing through the female swordsman's head. Then, her head flew high, her body flung out, blood splattering like rain. The blood flow of a warrior is far greater than that of an ordinary person, making this rain even more dazzling. The swordsman following closely behind was drenched in blood. Even seasoned warriors froze, stunned. But Luo Yi didn't stop. He abruptly stopped the ground, halting his movement, twisting his waist like a python turning over, now facing the swordsman directly. He took another step, unleashing the wind-chasing step. His longsword thrust forward, the tip trembling in midair, several points of cold light flashing, aimed directly at the swordsman's vital points. Facing a life-or-death crisis, the swordsman made a desperate attempt to save himself, swinging his longsword upwards with all his might. He asked for nothing more than a sliver of life. But life was slipping away. The sword flashed, Luo Yi steadied himself, letting out a long breath, a surge of heat coursing through his body. The swordsman became his backdrop, slowly collapsing. Only then did the armored knight reach him, but seeing this scene, all he could do was ignore his momentum and stop. It was only then that Luo Yi had a chance to look up at him and utter her first words of the night. Just now, who said they were going to tear me apart? Dare to step forward? I'll give them a chance. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried far in the darkness. From all directions, indistinct figures retreated in unison, as if greatly surprised. Only the armored knight remained standing, his face turning white then pale again. Second update delivered. Please vote and continue reading. Chapter 34, Remnants of the Old Era. Some say villains die from talking too much, and there's some truth to that. Constant chatter can easily lead to counterattack. But anyone who's actually fought knows that verbal sparring is also a tactic, psychologically overwhelming the enemy, making them hesitate, fearful, and hesitant, causing them to hesitate even slightly before striking, which could mean the difference between life and death. These weren't Roy's own insights, but rather lessons from Oliveira. While he was habitually silent, especially in battle, he didn't deny the effectiveness of verbal sparring. In fact, he affirmed its value. And now, Roy was using it. He could attest to its excellent effect. He could almost feel the fear in the Razor Claw members' hearts. If it weren't for the armored knight, they'd probably be scattering and fleeing by now. However, the armored knight wasn't faring much better. From his initial arrogance to his current apprehension, it was a complete reversal in a very short time. But Roy wasn't going to let him leave. Since he was here, and since he wanted his life, he had to be taken. So, the fight was inevitable. He struck first once again, his rapier moving like a leaping sprite, its silver flashes visible only in the dim, yellowish light, aimed directly at the armored knight's face. The armored knight was terrified, but showed no intention of giving up. With a roar, he swung his heavy sword. The sword's passage created a fierce gust of wind, his body spun, power flowing through him, and using the momentum, he slashed in all directions. This was the Farah greatsword technique, a knight's foot combat swordsmanship. Knights naturally had mounts, whether horses or certain magical beasts, which offered ample speed. However, swordsmanship used on horseback was less suitable, a foot combat swordsmanship was necessary. The Farah greatsword technique was one of the most famous, and the standard swordsmanship of the Sardinian kingdom's knightly order. Its characteristic was the ability to use the momentum of body rotation to unleash increasingly faster and fiercer strikes. On a battlefield teeming with people, the sword's edge could even carve a bloody path. This armored knight was clearly a trained swordsman, and upon seeing his swordsmanship, Luo Yu almost instinctively sheathed his sword and dodged. He was joking, of course. Although he focused on agility while developing strength and physique, trying to fight a second-tier strength-type knight head-on with a rapier was something he'd never do. So, with a quick step and a sway of his body, he was already 2 meters away. Then, slightly shifting his direction, he circled the armored knight, sometimes advancing to strike with his rapier, sometimes retreating, sheathing his rapier behind him, waiting for an opportunity. The result was that Luo Yi, who had just been rampaging through the area, was now being chased and hacked at by the armored knight. Wherever the two passed, the sound of swords whistling through the air was incessant. Walls, pillars, and houses around them were all shattered by the armored knight's heavy sword. The scene was astonishing. Unfortunately, the armored knight knew he was now in even greater danger. Farah's greatsword technique was powerful, but it also consumed a lot of stamina, and he couldn't sustain it for long. Moreover, strength always has its limits. The moments he paused, summoned his inner energy, and gathered his battle aura were opportunities for his enemy. Sure enough, after a short while, his battle aura waned, and he was forced to gasp for breath. The process of his internal energy receding and then rising again caused his sword speed to momentarily halt. Then, a sword light, flashing with 7 or 8 points of cold light, came straight for his face. All he could do was hold his greatsword upright in front of him to defend. Clang. 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 Several metallic clangs rang out. Loy retreated, spun, and charged again, searching for an opening to attack. The armored knight, having missed his first move, could only switch to defense, watching Loy's movements intently. Each time Loy attacked, he used his sword or the thickest parts of his armor to block. Loy tried a few times but gave up. He couldn't do anything about it. The Silver Angel rapier, though only a replica, was definitely a high-quality weapon. However, this armor, with its weakest point being a finger's thickness, was simply no match for the armor. The joints were even more heavily reinforced, and their small size meant that a slight dodge could easily avoid the sword's edge. In truth, Luo Yu understood that their current situation was typical of a battle between a strength-based and agility-based combatant. Neither could he hit the other, and they couldn't break his defenses. It was usually a stalemate until one side exhausted their strength, at which point a victor might emerge. But times had changed. If Luo Yi were a magic gunslinger, he could simply pull out a magic-powered pistol, load a bullet, and blast 7 or 8 holes through the armored knight's vital full-body armor. This was the weapon that would change the nature of warfare. His thoughts still swirling in his mind, Luo Yi's movements became even faster. He had wasted too much time, he needed to speed things up. As if sensing Luo Yi's killing intent, the armored knight moved even faster. He mustered his fighting spirit, raised his sword again, spun around, and slashed horizontally. The heavy sword pierced the air, forcing Luo Yi back. Then, the armored knight assumed a two-handed sword-wielding, downward-slashing motion. He stared intently at Luo Yi, then leaped into the air, his immense power propelling him several meters into the air. Like a graceful arc, the greatsword slashed down. This strike, imbued with almost all of his battle aura and power, was like a meteor falling from the sky. Knight technique, Leaping slash. Many years ago, knights became the most basic ruling class, and their status changed. As a result, they began to look down on other combatants, and instead of describing their own combat techniques as exclusive skills, they changed them to knight techniques to show their superiority. This leaping slash was just a common knight technique, but it was also this armored knight's swan song. Luo Yi's response was simple: retreat, retreat, and retreat again. He retreated dozens of meters, avoiding the attack, and watched as the armored knight crashed to the ground, the great sword splitting the ground, even extending outwards to create a trench a meter or more away. But the after effects of the knight's technique also made him freeze on the spot. Without hesitation, Luo Yi advanced, and advanced again. Her rapier flashed, clashing for the first time with the greatsword. Clang. The metallic clang of metal rang out, and before it faded, a second, a third, a fourth. This time, Luo Yi was closing in step by step, her sword flashing faster and her steps quickening. This time, the armored knight was constantly retreating. He had to use his retreat to create space to wield his greatsword. But the distance between them was getting closer and closer. After what seemed like the umpteenth clash, Luo Yi's sword suddenly accelerated, creating a blur as it sliced into the armored knight's fingers. He had to drop his weapon. Then, a dazzling cross of sword light appeared, leaving a nearly inch-deep cross-shaped mark on the heavy armor. This time, the armored knight could no longer maintain his balance. He leaned back, his legs kicking repeatedly, trying to regain his footing. But a sword flash, a clearly visible rapier, flashed, aiming for the knight's face. There, on the only unarmored area, the rapier pierced his brow, through his skull, and into his brain. At that moment, Roy released his sword and continued charging forward. As they passed each other, the armored knight slowly collapsed. His eyes were wide open, death spreading across them, yet upon closer inspection, there was little resentment, only a hint of melancholy. At that moment, the Razor Claw gang members could no longer hold on and began to scatter and flee. However, they hadn't gone far when someone appeared in the dimly lit streets, plunging their swords into their bodies. Luo ignored the commotion in the distance, slowly turning to look at the armored knight. After a moment, he murmured, "So this is what a knight is? He certainly has reason to be proud, but in the age of the magical industrial revolution, you are merely remnants of the old era." Looking up again, Luo called out, "Ang, here, here." A figure immediately darted out, running quickly to his side, holding a cane. It was the very same sword that Roy had laid down before the battle. Ang had grown taller and stronger in the time it had been since they last met, and his gentleman's suit looked almost too tight on him. Looking closer, his eyes had lost some of their innocence and gained a touch of ruthlessness. There was no other way. In the underworld, if you weren't ruthless, you wouldn't stand a chance. However, his gaze towards Roy remained bright, filled with an unspoken respect. Roy took the cane and asked, "Can you handle things here cleanly? Just you wait and see." "All right, I'll leave this to you." With that, Roy drew his silver angel rapier and sheathed it. He straightened his striking, blood-red gentleman's suit and walked forward again. The matter wasn't over yet. After he left, Ang finally had a chance to peer closer and see the armored knight's face clearly. Even though he was somewhat prepared, he was still startled. But in just a moment, his eyes grew increasingly dangerous. "The razor claws? The razor claws. It's the razor claws, men, we're in for a good night." Not far away, in the darkness, Olivera slowly emerged. He gazed in the direction Roy had gone, a smile involuntarily playing on his lips. Roy had told him not to come, but was he really not coming? For both personal and professional reasons, he had to go. Even though he was prepared, he was extremely satisfied with this battle. Who wouldn't like such an apprentice? It's just that he was too outstanding, which diminished his sense of accomplishment as the teacher. Dear readers, following this story is crucial. Please don't let it fester. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35, Post-Mortem. Setting off again, Luo Yi remained unhurried, navigating the streets and alleys with measured steps. The dangerous night in Auckland felt like his own backyard. However, in his mind, frames of images replayed and reversed, all replaying the battle scenes reconstructed by Shen Lan. For a combatant, accumulating experience was essential for growth, and post-battle analysis was the best method. With the super gene butler Shenlan by Luo Yi's side, this was actually much simpler. He could truly study it repeatedly. Master, according to my analysis, your choice in this battle was excellent. The 3 Tier 2s standing scattered seemed to block all your paths, but in reality, they diluted their strength. It appeared to be 1 against 3, but in reality, at any given time, you only faced 1 opponent. Luo Yi smiled, quite pleased with himself. There was no way around it. At his age, you had to allow him to be proud. However, he quickly said, don't just say nice things. I don't want you to listen to flattery. Tell me about the shortcomings of this battle. Or, tell me what can be improved. Deep Blue spoke again. Master, according to my analysis, there's not much to say about combat experience. The main issue is skills, which still have a lot of room for improvement. How so, Master? Don't you think there are many problems with a wind chaser step? It's fast, but that's all it is. It's straightforward, and the trajectory is easy to predict. If that armored knight were faster, or if he weren't hampered by that heavy armor, he might have been able to pinpoint your landing point. If he attacks your landing point, then you'll be at a disadvantage. Luo Yi tilted his head slightly, thought for a moment, and immediately said, what's the solution? Don't just raise questions, I need solutions. It's simple, just optimize your skills. I have 2 directions for you to choose from, tell me quickly. First, change your trajectory. As Deep Blue spoke, a figure was already reflected deep in Luo Yi's eyes, using the wind chaser step. At first, the wind chasing step was straight and direct, but in just a moment, while the speed remained the same, the trajectory changed. It became an arc. A series of arcs, some to the left, some to the right, some charging, some retreating, intertwined, making the figure even more elusive. Luo Yi focused slightly and said, this is good, quite excellent. The problem is, Master, I can optimize it, but you can't use it at this stage. Why? This kind of arc-shaped footwork requires too much battle ki, not just quantity, but also extremely precise control. Otherwise, you can't use it, and you can't learn it. Luo Yi was speechless. Why are you talking about it if you can choose it? Give me some practical advice. The second path, the footwork remains the same, but sufficient variations can be added to the wind chasing step. Before the words were finished, the figure reappeared in Luo Yi's eyes. His footwork hadn't changed, but the upper body of the figure twisted and turned dramatically, like a coiled python. As if sensing that Luo Yi hadn't understood, the figure shifted, now wielding a rapier and accompanied by an armored, sword-wielding opponent. The 2 clashed again, the figure still using the wind-chasing step to meet the attack, advancing and retreating with measured precision, but his upper body twisted dramatically. Even at close range, he could use this twisting motion to evade attacks. The rapier in his hand, like a viper's tongue, extended from his arm, could thrust out from any angle. Moreover, as time passed, the figure's attacks became even more unpredictable. The rapier could be thrust out from almost any angle, its curved arc targeting the back of the head, the back of the heart, the neck, the lower back, the genitals, and so on. Luo Yi's eyes lit up. She felt that if he knew this technique, the armored knight would be dead long ago. That's it, Deep Blue, let's start with the style, Luo Yi shouted in his mind, but paused, then added, can I learn this? Not yet. Master's physique meets the requirements, core strength in the waist and abdomen is sufficient, and basic swift swordsmanship is also up to standard, but the level of wind chaser step is too low. According to my optimization, Master will need to be at least LV4 to achieve this. LV4 it is. I'll practice harder after today. Saying this, Luo Yi asked again, anything else? Of course. The second question, the exclusive skill Swift Strike. Master, don't you think there's something wrong with this skill? A rapier is mainly for thrusting, and thrusting is the strongest attack method. But this sword is mainly for slashing. Although its power is considerable, it's somewhat of a waste of its potential. As he said this, another figure appeared in Luo Yi's eyes. He held a rapier, his left and right feet continuously kicking, his wind chaser step exploding with speed, already appearing as a phantom. Even faster, his slender sword, flashing with silver light, pierced the enemy's throat. This sword strike can be called thrust, borrowing from the knight's thrust technique. However, this strike requires a more robust battle aura, a level 4 or higher wind chaser step, and a better rapier. For combatants on the swift swordsman path, A high-quality weapon is a lifelong pursuit, and Master's Silver Angel Rapier is far from sufficient. The third issue, the cross instant kill. In my analysis, this finishing move is somewhat of a waste. A finishing move, it's meant to kill. If it doesn't kill, what's the point? Master just used it, only leaving a cross-shaped sword mark on the armor, but it still couldn't break through the defense, which means its effectiveness is limited. As Oliveira said, this combat technique originated from the cross-sword technique, but the cross-sword technique uses a cross-shaped greatsword, which is vastly different from a rapier. Using a cross-slash with a greatsword and a cross-instant kill with a rapier are two completely different things. My optimization idea is actually to not pursue the cross at all. What use is that thing besides looking good? Ultimately, the cross-instant kill is simply 2 consecutive bursts of battle aura. As long as you have sufficient control over the sword in your hand, you can draw whatever shape you want. The cross is the simplest. Beyond that, there are S-shaped, M-shaped, W-shaped. The choice is yours. Of course, none of these are important. What's important is that the increased sword speed can strike the enemy's weak point and end their life. Well, what Luo Yi thought was an exhilarating battle turned out to be full of room for improvement under Shenlan's analysis. The 3 exclusive combat skills original E belonging to the Windchaser swordsman, except for the sky-piercing slash, were criticized as utterly useless. Of course. This doesn't mean that exclusive combat skills are really that bad. Exclusive skills are for everyone to practice, but with Shenlan's presence, almost every step of his training can be described as personalized customization. Along the way, the direction of optimization was finalized, and Shenlan even further iterated and updated the training plan based on the needs of the optimized skills. The goal was to ensure that Luo Yi's battle aura and physique could meet the requirements for using the optimized combat skills in the shortest possible time. Looking up again, Luo Yi found himself standing in front of a 2-story building. The address read, Gabuchabu Street, number 103. Gabuchabu Street, number 103. Upstairs, Wooly Aaron had left, and Edith Harrell and her family were having dinner. A long table was laden with food, a roast chicken, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, golden brown and emitting an enticing aroma. The main course was white bread, sliced, accompanied by butter and bacon. There was also a delicious fish soup, milky white in color, looking very appetizing. As a civil servant of the Habsburg Empire and deputy director of the audit department, his income was quite good, making this dinner rather lavish. 3 people sat around the long table, Edith Harrell, her wife, a still attractive woman, and a boy of about 10 years old. The dinner was quiet, only the boy ate carefree, while Edith was clearly troubled and absent-minded. As for his wife, she tried to speak several times, but the words caught in her throat. The atmosphere became somewhat eerie. A gust of wind blew, causing the candlelight on the table to flicker, casting shifting shadows and adding to the eeriness. Clang. The spoon in Edith's hand fell onto the table, and he sat bolt upright with a start. The second-floor window was closed. Where was the wind coming from? That was Edith's first thought, but before he could react, a hand was already on his shoulder, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge it. Looking down, he saw his wife and son slumped onto the table. The only saving grace was that they were likely unconscious, not dead. You should know why I'm here, Loy asked, his voice low. Edith almost immediately replied, yes, I'm here for the restructuring of the shares in the Champagne Magic Textile Factory. But it wasn't intentional, I had no choice. Wooly Aaron, he's the one who got hold of me, threatening me to lure you out so he can kill you. Behind him is Lord Dorji Petrovich, a royalist who's specifically targeting the Marcus family. The struggle between the royalists and the old nobility isn't just about the Champagne Magic Textile Factory. Wolfly Aaron is just a pawn of the Lord. He has many like that under his command. I can name 3 or 4 of them, all newly risen businessmen who thrived because of the Magic Textile Factory. That's all I know. I've told you everything, please don't kill me, please don't kill me. In one breath, just one breath, Edith had revealed all the truth she knew. It was so smooth, without a single stumble. Loy was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond, because Edith had already answered everything he wanted to ask. After a pause, Loy finally spoke. Where's Wooly Aaron's house? In this block, house number 3. After you leave my house, walk straight ahead, turn right at the second intersection, and you'll find it by the house number. You know what to do tomorrow. Yes, I know. Tomorrow morning, the shareholding correction will be completed. I'll personally deliver the certificate to the Xiangshili Magic Textile Factory. You're really clever, but since you're so clever, don't do this kind of thing again. Yes, absolutely not. Before she finished speaking, another gust of wind blew by, the firelight flickered, and the woman groggily looked up, involuntarily rubbing the back of her neck. What she saw was her husband slumped in a chair, drenched in sweat, as if he had just washed. Edith, what's wrong? Nothing. I'm still useful. At least our family survived. Continue reading. Read on. I'll say it 3 times because it's important. Chapter 36, Exterminate the Enemy. Number 3, Gabuchabu Street. Woolly Aaron was like a cat on a hot tin roof. He kept glancing at the clock on the wall, calculating the time. Sometimes he looked up at the sky, watching the moon's height. Though he managed to maintain a semblance of composure, his panicked eyes betrayed him. Seeing the butler pass by, he hurriedly asked, "Still no news?" The butler looked flustered. "Really, no. I've arranged for someone at the concierge to notify us immediately if there's any news. That shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be happening. That's the Razor Gang, the Auckland Razor Gang. I even hired 2 Tier 2 combatants. 3 Tier 2s, plus dozens of gangsters. That's enough to take over several blocks. How could there be no news for so long?" Woolly Aaron seemed to be talking to the butler, yet also muttering to himself, a sudden, inexplicable premonition rising within him, as if disaster was imminent. The butler, seeing his master like this, was at a loss, wanting to say something, but then opened his mouth and closed it again. Woolly Aaron suddenly grabbed the butler's arm and said, Go wake everyone up and tell them to get ready. And Mr. Modimus, have him fully armed and stand guard by my side." "Okay," the butler replied and was about to leave, but Woolly Aaron grabbed him back as soon as he took a step. "Not enough, still not enough," he murmured, then added, "Send someone to the police station to invite them over. Tell them there are thugs running rampant here, and ask them to arrest them." The butler looked troubled and said, "Master, you know those people at the police station are not easy to get. It's all right, take the money with you, 10 gold tires, give it to Lord Weiner, and ask him to help. 10 gold tires, yes, 10. Tell Lord Weiner that if he resolves my crisis, he will reward me handsomely." Good. Now the butler understood the seriousness of the situation. Given his master's stingy nature, he was spending so much, he really didn't know what terrible thing had happened. He dared not delay any longer and ran out of the study, clattering downstairs. A moment later, he heard a commotion coming from downstairs. Only then did Woolly Aaron finally feel a little relieved, but just then, a hard object was pressed against his back, freezing him completely in place. "Mr. Woolly, you've really gone to great lengths to kill me." Woolly Aaron felt every hair on his body stand on end, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, which he dared not wipe away. However, being a shrewd businessman, he was quite experienced, and in this moment of crisis, he calmed down, his mind racing as he sought a way to survive. "Lord Loy, I know, I offended you this time, and you have every right to kill me. But even if I die, it won't solve the problem. The Champagne Magic Textile Factory isn't what I wanted. It was arranged by Lord Loy. Even if you kill me, Lord Loy will arrange for someone else to take over. Or perhaps, he'll personally intervene. But if you spare me, things will be different." His words seemed to have piqued Loy's interest. He paused, then spoke again. "Very interesting. Continue." Woolly Aaron took a deep breath and composed himself before saying, "The Champagne Magic Textile Factory isn't a conflict between you and me, or even between Baron Marcus and Lord Loy. It's a conflict between the Hohenzollern royal family and the old nobility. Anyone with eyes can see His Majesty the Great Hohenzollern III's ambitions in magic machinery, yet Baron Marcus claims it's shaking the foundations of the empire. The foundations of the empire, is that something he can judge? He's nothing but a decaying remnant clinging to the lands, people, and power of the old aristocracy, unwilling to move forward. He'll inevitably be crushed to dust by the wheels of time. Even the Marcus family might fall into decline because of his stubbornness." Woolly Aaron's words were surprisingly thought-provoking, but then he added, "Lord Loy can see future trends and knows what magical machinery represents, but opposing Lord Loy is standing on the opposite side of the empire, which is very inappropriate. I can mediate, I can help you and Lord Loy reconcile. We both believe in the development of magical machinery, and we should be standing together." It must be said that Woolly Aaron was extremely eloquent, and what he said even made some sense. Loy couldn't help but ask, "So what do you plan to do?" I think Wooly Aaron had no idea what to do. His analysis was all impulsive, but he dared not admit he didn't know. Just as his mind raced, trying to figure out how to continue his deception, the voice spoke again. "Forget it, forget it. Although what you said is true, I don't want to hear it anymore." Why? Why? Because I came here to kill you. If I listen to you too much, I'm afraid I won't be able to bring myself to do it, and that would be terrible. Wait, The only response was the sound of a sword being drawn. The hard object in his back disappeared, but the next second, a rapier had already pierced his chest, passing through the gaps in his ribs, piercing his heart, and then exiting through his chest. Only then did the stinging pain come. Wooly Aaron looked down and saw half of the longsword protruding, blood dripping down the blade in a line. Wooly Aaron opened his mouth to say something, but his lips moved, and no sound came out. All he saw was the rapier slowly being withdrawn, as if symbolizing the passing of his life. His legs gave way, and he fell to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open, without even seeing who had killed him. A moment later, the sound of footsteps echoed, and a warrior clad in armor, shield in his left hand and short sword in his right, entered. This was Modimus, the only second-tier combatant in the Wooly Aaron Merchant Guild, a shield and sword warrior, and also the captain of the guard. However, when he entered the study and saw Wooly Aaron lying on the floor, he couldn't help but cry out in shock. This cry attracted the steward, servants, groom, and cook, causing chaos throughout the house. A moment later, a large number of city guards stormed in. Leading them was a broad-shouldered middle-aged man in military uniform, none other than the recent sheriff, the city guard captain, Weiner. At first, he was all smiles. After all, even without further income, 10 gold tires were enough to satisfy him. But upon seeing Wooly Aaron's corpse, his smile froze. He suppressed his smile, sealed off the scene, and then summoned the butler, questioning him sternly for a long time. The butler, unable to withstand the pressure, blurted out everything he should and shouldn't have said. Weiner circled the study, then looked out the open window, seeing only the endless darkness and the flickering light of a few streetlights. Finally, he knelt beside Wooly Aaron's body, reaching out to sift through the tattered clothes and the wound on his back. Roy Roy Fitz, illegitimate son of Earl Raymond, a first-year student at the Magic Academy. Are you kidding me? With that swordsmanship, that decisiveness, how could a 17 or 18-year-old boy do that? Baron Marquez, Lord Dorji Petrovich, the Raymond family, and the Champagne Magic Textile Factory. This is a deep well of things, it's best to stay out of it. I can't get involved, or I'll be swallowed up without a trace. But I still need to give an explanation to the Lord, so I have to meet that first-year student tomorrow. Having made up his mind, Captain Weiner didn't say a word and shouted in his rough voice, someone, Captain." 2 city guards immediately rushed into the study, stood at attention, and saluted. It was clear that although their reputation was not good, these city guards were still quite disciplined. "Take the body back and have the forensic doctor perform an autopsy. Take everyone here back, lock them up, and interrogate them thoroughly. Also, find out if Wooly Aaron has any family members and notify them to come to the police station. Seal off this place immediately. No outsiders are allowed to enter." After a series of orders, Captain Weiner smiled and said, "We, the police, will handle this murder case well." "Yes, sir," the city guards responded in unison, while those detained turned pale. Not far away, in the shadows, Luo Yu watched the commotion. In her mind, Deep Blue asked, "Master, is it necessary to be so ruthless?" Luo Yu replied, "He wanted my life, of course, I must kill him completely." Please read on. Please read on. Please read on. Chapter 37, Inquiry. The next morning, while Loy was still warming up on the first floor, Butler Hoover arrived. He brought news that Edith Harrell had arrived at the Champagne Magic Textile Factory before dawn, bringing the shareholding correction certificate. He was even sweating profusely, humbly apologizing, a far cry from his previous arrogance. Maruna Marcus, carrying the certificate, didn't waste any words and went straight to the Provence Manor to find Hoover. Then, they went into town together. Butler Hoover first informed Loy of the situation, while Maruna went to the Lady of Wealth's bank, took a number, and waited in line to conduct business. What kind of business, you ask? Naturally, it was a large transfer. Only an injection of 1,000 gold tires could solve the Champagne Magic Textile Factory's financial problems. Also, The contract Maruna Marcus signed with a wealthy merchant from the Bourbon dynasty had reached its agreed time. Maruna needed confirmation from the temple before he could process the backlog of products. The transportation route on Hoover's side has been finalized, and the receiving and sales channels in the Principality of Normandy are also in place. As long as the products arrive, they can be sold in large quantities. Once this route is established, the products of the Champagne Magic Textile Factory will have virtually no trouble finding a market. Even if they don't accept other orders, even if they have already expanded the production capacity, the Principality of Normandy can handle it all. From now on, they can truly make money effortlessly. According to the plan, this first sale must be completed before the Divine Grace Festival in the new Divine Calendar 311, which is still a bit of a tight schedule. After Butler Hoover left, Loy still went to the academy. In the morning, he focused on physical fitness and swordsmanship, trying higher intensity training and improving his skill proficiency. The cultivation of a combatant is like training in the coldest and hottest winters. There are no shortcuts. Or rather, those who take shortcuts will not go far on the path of a combatant. In the afternoon, Loy attended another basic meditation class. In the current class, quite a few people have already completed the introductory meditation and have begun to accumulate magic power bit by bit. Loy remained unmoved. He was speechless, often doubting himself, wondering if he was stupid. However, the Colt revolver from Blackjack was still at home, and he couldn't bear to give it up. As for the library, Loy had consciously reduced his visits. Most of the books were already in his archives. The rest were mostly borrowed and hadn't been returned. He couldn't go up to the second floor or above. The result was that he had no books to read, which was absurd. So, in his spare time, he still studied his pharmacology, trying out Deep Blue's formulas one by one. You ask about the results? In the accumulation phase, what results do you need? Originally, Loy thought this day would be like any other, but unexpectedly, when he returned home from school, uninvited guests arrived. Lombard Street, number 19. Loy went up to the second floor, and while cleaning and showering, a large group of patrolling city guards arrived at the door. The leader, a broad-shouldered middle-aged man in uniform, had a mocking look in his eyes. He waved his hand, and city guards stepped forward, not bothering to ring the bell, but instead slamming the door with their standard wooden canes. Bang! 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 The manner was practically a forced demolition. Clearly, this captain had come to make a statement. However, their smiles vanished in an instant. The door opened, but it wasn't Mrs. Cassidy who opened it, but Olivera standing before her. He made no further moves, only his already hardened expression hardened further, his eyes narrowed, gleaming like a predatory beast fixed on its prey. One glance was enough to intimidate everyone, including Captain Weiner. Weiner, who had been smiling earlier, was clearly seething with rage as Olivera appeared, cursing Willie Aaron's entire family. He wasn't a mere incompetent captain, he was a second-tier combatant, a veteran of the military, and had faced death several times on the battlefield. He could smell death in the man before him. Although he didn't know the man's strength level, his keen intuition told him that killing them would be easier than crushing a swarm of ants. In that instant, Weiner had a flash of inspiration. He kicked out. Of course, he didn't kick Olivera, but the city guard who had been knocking on the door, sending him flying. I told you to knock. Knock. Who told you to smash it with a stick? Don't you know manners? Don't you know any upbringing? Being your captain is really exhausting. After a string of curses, he turned back to Olivera with a smile. I'm Weiner, the captain of the Gabuchabu Neighborhood Security Station. I'm here to ask Mr. Roy Roy Fitz a few questions. Is that convenient? Olivera stared at him and slowly replied, No, it's not convenient. Not convenient? No problem, we'll leave now. Weiner turned to leave without hesitation, but just as he was about to take a step and escape, a voice stopped him. Wait. Weiner's expression instantly turned bitter, but when he turned around, he was still all smiles. Sir, is there something else? Young Master Loy wants you to come up. No, I don't think so. Didn't you say you wanted to ask some questions? Oh, yes, I'll go up now. Olivera stepped aside, and Weiner strode heavily into the room, then climbed the stairs step by step. What usually took only a few steps, this time, he had to climb each step one by one. He desperately hoped that one of his men would be quick-witted enough to follow, but when he secretly glanced back as he took a step, his heart sank. Because Olivera was standing in front of the door again, staring at the group of people outside, and then, not a single city guard dared to move. Weiner had mentally prepared himself before reaching the second floor and meeting Loy. The two talked very pleasantly, and Weiner, as the captain of the police station, took out paper and pen and began his questioning. Roy, fulfilling the duties of an imperial citizen, cooperated fully with the city guard's questioning, answering all questions without reservation. Who did you say? Who died? Wooly Aaron? Who is that? I don't know him. The Champagne Magic Textile Factory. Oh, that was a normal investment. My Raymond family is interested in this, and with the signing of the Auckland Convention, we naturally had to seize the opportunity. A vendetta? Does he have many enemies? Anyway, I'm not one of his enemies. Last night? He must have been at home. Mrs. Cassidy can testify, as can my teacher, His Excellency Oliveira. These were Roy's answers, which Weiner diligently recorded. After a quarter of an hour of friendly communication, the two shook hands, and Roy personally saw Weiner to the door. The door closed again, and Weiner led a group of people forward. Everything seemed normal, except his posture was somewhat stiff. Weiner didn't dare turn around, but still tilted his head slightly and asked, "You didn't follow, did you? You didn't follow, did you?" No. The one who spoke was the city guard who had been kicked by him, a handsome young man who now walked with a limp, clutching his back. He secretly glanced back, as if meeting someone's gaze, then quickly turned his head and asked, "Captain, what is that person's strength? Why do I feel like I'm about to die when he looks at me?" Weiner's expression froze, as if he was lost in memories. After a long while, he said, "The first time I had this feeling was on the battlefield, when I was targeted by a third-tier extraordinary knight from the Bourbon dynasty." "So, what do you think?" Hiss. The response was a chorus of gasps. Everyone's eyes widened, and their steps unconsciously quickened, as if they were running, or perhaps fleeing. Night had fallen. In the study of the governor's hall, the soft light of the crystal chandelier illuminated the entire room. Behind the desk, a man dressed in the uniform of the Habsburg Empire, his hair meticulously combed, finally looked up. He removed his right monocle, wiping the lens as he closed his eyes in concentration. After putting his glasses back on, he took out an official document, an investigation into the death of Wooly Aaron. A moment later, a cold smile curved his lips. Roy Roy Fitz, illegitimate son, how? In the Marcus family castle, in a luxurious room, silver candlesticks adorned the floor, and thick candles illuminated the room. An elderly nobleman with gray hair and an elegant demeanor was performing a solo dance, his movements graceful and his expression one of rapture. The Raymond family, what a pleasant surprise. Since you're so eager to play, I'll play along and show you the spirit and strength of our old noble family. If you want to acquire everything without bloodshed, even if you're Hohenzollern, it's impossible. The honor of nobility cannot be tarnished. I'm getting tired of reading this myself. Chapter 38, Growth. As December of the new divine calendar year 310 arrived, the students of Philint Magic Academy were forced into a busy period. The reason was simple: the semester was coming to an end, and naturally, there would be assessments. Swordsmanship, physical fitness, and all courses. Failure meant repeating the course. Magic academies were known for their lenient entry requirements but strict graduation standards. Even a short semester exam was difficult to pass. Of course, for Loy, none of these were major problems. In terms of physical fitness, he was no weaker than the physical fitness teacher, Matthew Bolivar. In swordsmanship, even the swordsmanship teacher, Williams Kaye, had to consult him. As for the exams in his various courses, he only needed to put in a little effort to get full marks. With Deep Blue around, it was difficult for him to lose points on these knowledge points that required rote memorization. However, because he had hardly attended any classes and wasn't familiar with his substitute teachers, well, that's a euphemism, he had practically never even seen them, so his class attendance points were almost non-existent. All things considered, passing was certain, but not a high score. The only class he took seriously was basic meditation, but as one of those who hadn't even scratched the surface of meditation, he didn't get many points. It's worth mentioning that because of the basic meditation class, Luo Yi paid special attention to the students in the class and discovered that 21 students had already grasped the basics. 21 people, a third of the class, had invested a semester, nearly 4 months, in diligent study and guided meditation to acquire magic. Seriously, that's not a low percentage. While grasping the basics of meditation is difficult, it's not insurmountable. If the current education system continues to promote it, the adoption of meditation will inevitably become more prevalent among younger people. Perhaps one day, the Habsburg Empire will achieve universal magic penetration. A 100% penetration rate is impossible, but 80–90% is achievable. In this way, magic-powered firearms can become standard weapons, and the Habsburg Empire will possess terrifying war potential. Just imagining countless warriors wielding magic-powered firearms and pushing magic-powered cannons into battle sent chills down Luo Yi's spine. If that scenario were to actually occur, perhaps it would lead to a world war? After the assessment, naturally, there would be a holiday. The education system of the Habsburg Empire also has winter and summer vacations, just shorter ones. For example, the winter vacation is from the end of December to mid-January, lasting about half a month. During this period, one must also pass through the two most important festivals of the Old World, Christmas and Divine Grace. Christmas, as the name suggests, is the birthday of a god. Legend has it that December 25th is the day the sun god was born, and also the day Herka bestowed the gospel upon all living beings, hence the Christmas. Although the Habsburg Empire has converted to the seven gods as its state religion, and the sun god's position in the empire has been greatly shaken, customs are not so easily changed, and the faith of ordinary people is not so easily shaken. Therefore, Christmas remains incredibly important. However, the Habsburg Empire's handling of Christmas in a less prominent manner is also very obvious. For example, the celebrations that were once a certainty have disappeared without a trace. Furthermore, the prayers organized by the Sun God Church no longer cause much of a stir. On the contrary, Divine Grace Festival is gradually becoming more prominent. The Festival of Divine Grace, celebrated on January 1st each year, marks the beginning of the year and symbolizes new beginnings and hope. This festival has existed since the beginning, but after the descent of the seven gods, it gained richer and more profound meaning. On this day, the Church of the Seven Gods holds grand prayers, and there's even a chance for divine blessings. The Habsburg Empire also holds an open-air party. Plenty of food and drink are prepared in the square, freely available to everyone on the street. People put down their work, wear new clothes, gather around bonfires, sing and dance, and even young men and women pledge their love. It can be said that this is the most important festival in the Habsburg Empire, and even before it arrives, Loy can already feel the joyful atmosphere in the air. Of course, all of this has nothing to do with Loy. On December 23rd, after the final examination, the Magic Academy was almost deserted. Most students left, leaving the academy feeling somewhat empty. Most of them were from the surrounding areas of Auckland, so going home was naturally convenient for them. But for Loy, even half a month might not be enough for a round trip. More importantly, Loy didn't know how to face his acquaintances in Faroe Town, so it was better not to go back at all. For him, he could continue cultivating and studying as usual, not much would change. Wooly Aaron's death was silent and had become an unsolved mystery, with Loy being the prime suspect. But the problem was, where was the evidence? From beginning to end, Wooly Aaron had never seen Loy's face. Even if a necromancer was brought in and vengeful spirits were summoned, it wouldn't be enough to prove anything. Moreover, the police station lacked the motivation and expertise to investigate further, so they could only let the case sit. This kind of thing was all too common. Apart from Wooly Aaron's second son causing a scene at the police station, nothing else happened. His businesses were quickly divided up by other merchants, including the fragrant magic textile factory. Then there was Eng's gang. He was good at seizing opportunities. After the Razor Shield gang was nearly wiped out by Roy, he immediately organized his men and seized most of the Razor Shield gang's neighborhoods and businesses. Their takeover went smoothly, but being a bunch of kids, they were easily underestimated. Suddenly having seized such a large piece of the pie, they naturally attracted the attention of other gangs. Eng wasn't reckless. He first released the 3 corpses of second-tier combatants in a high-profile manner, then spread some true and false rumors. This made the ghost bounty hunter behind him even more fearsome, and for a short time, no one dared to make a move. But this was certainly not enough, so he personally stepped forward, offering a considerable sum of money in the name of the ghost bounty hunter to recruit some powerful figures. He also hired several teachers for the children who had been following him. From basic education to literacy, from arithmetic to reading, from physical training to swordsmanship, the teaching was quite impressive. As for himself, he somehow managed to impress Olivera. Although he wasn't officially a disciple, he still dedicated time each day to learning and training with Oliveira. Compared to Loy, he acted more like a student and was more ambitious. Of course, everything he did was at Loy's behest. In fact, many of his methods and techniques were taught to him by Loy himself. Loy himself didn't know what he wanted to do. He had no intention of supporting a gang or unifying Auckland's underworld. He just found himself doing it without realizing it. The most gratifying thing for Loy during this period was the feedback from the Norman Principality. The first batch of products from the Champagne Magic Textile Factory went on sale in 3 cities of the Norman Principality before Christmas. Because of their high quality, low price, and excellent product performance, the response was overwhelming, and they sold out in just a few days. The exact profit was still being calculated and would take some time. However, making money was certain, which was Loy's way of giving the Raymond family an explanation. Perhaps Earl Raymond didn't care much, but gossip within the family was inevitable. Only by achieving some success could Roy silence the critics. Besides this, Roy also instructed Butler Hoover to continue investigating other magical machinery factories, mainly focusing on transportation and metallurgy. The Champagne Magical Textile Factory was just a small test. Other industries naturally needed to be explored as well, with magical metallurgy being his favorite. Undoubtedly, steel was the foundation of industrial development. Leaving aside firearms and cannons, the demand for transportation and construction alone would allow this industry to expand continuously. However, at this stage, these were either aristocratic industries or backed by powerful nobles, offering little opportunity. Time flew by, and it was already December 26, 310 of the new divine calendar, the day after an unremarkable Christmas. In the afternoon, at number 19 Lombard Street, in the training grounds on the first floor. 315, 316, 317, Luo Yi, completely naked except for a pair of underpants, held a 50-kilogram dumbbell in each hand, performing squats. With each exertion, his muscles bulged, veins stood out, and he was drenched in sweat, his bronze skin gleaming. 348, 349, 350, a high-intensity workout finally ended. Luo Yi put down the dumbbells, collapsing to the ground, exhausted, panting heavily, his body radiating heat. However, Luo Yi ignored his post-workout fatigue, instead looking at the attribute panel before him. Name, Roy Roy Fitz. Race, human, elite template, class, Windchaser swordsman, Tier 2 LV8, strength, 12, 97 out of 100, agility, 15, 38 out of 100, constitution, 14, 2 over 100, perception, 9, 15/100, intelligence, 9, 0/0, awakened talents, deadly threat, swift as the wind combat skills, swift sword technique LV6, 99/100, cheetah breathing technique, charge LV6, 1/100, cheetah breathing technique, refine LV2, 99/100, swift step LV3, 85/100, swift strike LV3, 77 out of 100, cross instant kill LV2, 10/100, sky piercing /LV0, 0/100, other skills, old world knowledge LV3, herbal identification LV3, 99 out of 100, potion mastery LV2, 99/100. With just one glance, Luo Yi noticed that his attribute panel had drastically changed. Please vote. Chapter 39, Elite Template. If we start counting from when Luo Yi officially began his training at Provence Manor, it's only been 6 months at most. 6 months is a normal time for a combatant to recuperate, learn swordsmanship, and build a foundation. But for Luo Yi, he's already a second-tier, level 8 Gale swordsman with such impressive stats. Calling it a miracle wouldn't be an exaggeration. And the factors contributing to this miracle, Luo Yi's own efforts and the effects of the potions, are only a small part. The real key is Deep Blue. Timely body scans, the most reasonable training plan, daily training pushing his physical limits, coupled with tailor-made and constantly optimized combat techniques and breathing methods, all of this has propelled him to progress at an unreasonable speed, while still maintaining considerable combat power. Even so, Deep Blue's analysis of combat techniques, optimization of breathing methods, and even iteration of the attribute panel have never stopped. And now, in the blink of an eye, Luo Yi's attribute panel is completely unrecognizable. He had to ask in his mind, Deep Blue, Aren't you going to explain to me what this elite template means? Deep Blue countered, Master, haven't you noticed that even among second-tier combatants, there's a huge difference in strength? Some seem to be second-tier, but their combat skills aren't refined. Some have mastered combat skills and have relatively rich experience, and others have refined combat skills and rich experience. Their strength can crush those of the same level. Classification is actually meant to indicate strength, but if it can't be clearly indicated, other elements need to be introduced. So, I introduced the template module. Master, you mainly have agility, but your strength and physique are actually quite good. Combining these three attributes results in a geometric increase. In addition, you have 3 exclusive skills that have all passed the beginner level, and there are many optimizations. Based on comprehensive judgment, I believe that few second-tier combatants can rival you. Therefore, I gave you an elite template. According to my calculations, a second-tier level 8, plus the elite template, should be able to challenge ordinary second-tier level 10 combatants. Of course, data is just data. I try my best to be accurate, but individuals are different. You can use it as a reference, but you can't rely on it completely. Luo Yi nodded repeatedly and asked, according to you, there should be something above elite, right? Yes, in my initial design, there are also hero templates and king templates, each with a +2 challenge level bonus. That means if you are a king template, it means you can try to challenge opponents across 6 levels. Luo Yi calculated in her mind and said incredulously, according to you, a Tier 2 level 6 combatant can compete with a Tier 3 level 11? Are you kidding me? Can such a monster really exist? Shen Lan said, I haven't seen it, but based on my analysis of the scanned books, it seems there really is. Luo Yi couldn't help but roll her eyes. You believe what's written in novels? Shen Lan, are you out of your mind? The problem is, I analyzed historical works, and it was a conclusion reached by cross-referencing multiple historical records. Those heroes who exist in history books are blessed by the gods, and may even be the sons of demigods. They are inherently different from ordinary people. Their strength allows them to fight across large levels, which is quite incredible. Luo Yi was having a headache this time. Those heroes in history books have done earth-shattering things. Is it appropriate to compare him with him? After a pause, Luo Yi asked feebly, then how can I upgrade this template? Can't get promoted, what do you mean? This means that the elite template can be achieved through training and is stronger than ordinary warriors, but the hero template cannot be achieved through high-intensity training. That requires a miracle, a gift from God, or some special skill that is the best in the box. After practicing to a certain level, you will have the power to break away from the professional system. Otherwise, you can only see but not touch these. Luo really didn't want to talk anymore, so he waved his hand. Tell me about something else? Tell me about the results of my cultivation during this period, as well as the main direction of cultivation in the next stage. Okay, data is just data, which can be intuitively reflected, but is actually difficult to understand. As Shen Lan explained, Luo Yi finally understood. For example, he had been focusing on strength training, hoping to achieve a balanced development with his physique, but the results were unsatisfactory. This was because he was an agility-based combatant, requiring his muscles to be sculpted for explosive power and faster reaction speed. Strength-based combatants, on the other hand, needed larger muscles, which was contradictory, making it difficult to achieve results during training. Therefore, Luo Yi emphasized prioritizing agility while developing strength and physique in tandem. This might seem like a tacit statement, but it was actually quite profound. In fact, the time, effort, sweat, and potions he had invested in achieving this balanced development were countless. This was one of the reasons why other combatants found it difficult to do. Furthermore, regarding skills, his initial swift swordsmanship was already LV6, 99 out of 100, another significant hurdle that many combatants were stuck at, unable to progress. However, once that was overcome, LV7 swift swordsmanship would open up a whole new world, inevitably granting him exceptional control over the rapier. It also makes the training of other sword skills relatively simple. Then there's the cheetah breathing technique, accumulation, a breathing technique specifically for accumulating battle ki. Combined with the use of the magic potion battle ki essence, it allows him to accumulate battle ki at an extremely fast speed, far exceeding the speed of body tempering. Once he reaches LV6, 99 out of 100, his battle ki accumulation will have reached the limit his body can currently handle. It can be said that this time, battle ki training has outpaced physical growth, And because his battle ki is abundant, he can use skills and temper his body with battle ki without restraint. This is certainly a good thing. In comparison, the progress in swift step, swift strike, and cross instant kill can only be described as mediocre. Mainly, he lacks enough opponents for life or death battles and has less combat experience. Even though he engages in endless battles every night in the auxiliary learning module, it's all fake. However, if we're talking about the biggest achievement during this period, it has to be potion making. After so much time and effort, experimenting with countless herbs on himself, he finally came up with his first prescription. Mr. Loy, your bathwater is ready. Okay, I'm coming. Mrs. Cassidy's voice rang out, and Loy quickly responded, standing up. He casually grabbed a silk nightgown to cover his muscular physique, then climbed the stairs to the second floor. In the bathroom, the bathtub was steaming hot water. Mrs. Cassidy stood to the side, holding a kettle, adding water to the tub. However, what came out wasn't clean hot water, but a dark, viscous liquid with a pungent odor. She moved quickly, pouring the water while simultaneously adding various herbs with her other hand, occasionally stirring it with a stick. Loy approached. She had just finished and, turning her head, asked somewhat bewilderedly, Mr. Loy, are you really going to take a bath with this? Yes, why? Won't something bad happen if you add all this random herbs? I think those apothecaries are just messing around. How can herbs really cure people? To cure illness, you have to go to the temple and pray to the priest's magic, or just buy a healing potion. Mrs. Cassidy's earnest advice left Loy somewhat amused and exasperated. However, what she said made sense. At least in this world, potions and magic were more reliable than apothecary science. But Loy couldn't explain. He could only say, Mrs. Cassidy, this is a secret recipe, a warrior's secret technique. No one else knows it, so you have to keep it a secret. Of course, I'm very tight-lipped. Then please go out first. Oh, okay, I'm leaving now. Mrs. Cassidy left, and Loy closed the door, then took off his pajamas and stepped into the bathtub. The hot water was scalding, making Luoyi's skin flush red, but he still endured it. Only after submerging his entire body in the dark water did he finally let out a long sigh of relief, but when he inhaled again, he was choked by the strong herbal smell. So, Luoyi reached out and opened a corner of the window, letting in the cold winter wind, which made him feel a little better. Only then did he have time to truly experience it. He felt the scalding water opening his pores, allowing streams of heat to enter his body and flow through his muscles, skin, and bones. His body, damaged by the high-intensity training, was being repaired by the cells under the influence of the medicine, or directly metabolized and expelled from the body. At the same time, his heart pounded, and streams of fighting spirit were sent to all parts of his body to replenish the damage. And Luoyi's physique was constantly repaired and strengthened through this cycle. Of course, pure conscious perception isn't clear enough, so Luoyi spoke in his mind. Deep Blue, activate the health monitoring module and data analysis module to determine the effects of this potion. Yes, Deep Blue's voice rang out, but Luoyi didn't react much. Instead, he stared blankly at the ceiling, somewhat lost in thought. He hadn't expected that his first prescription would be for a medicinal bath. Could you give me some votes? Chapter 40, Potions. In Deep Blue's research, the world's potion making was heavily influenced by potion making. One could even say it was subservient to it. In ancient times, it was primarily based on empiricism, with all sorts of random ingredients thrown together and boiled. Whether the final product was effective, how effective it was, or whether it would have side effects was anyone's guess. In modern times, especially after the second great development of magic, potion making also made significant progress, often producing rapid effects from a small vial. As a result, potion making followed suit, becoming quite sophisticated, learning everything from separation to purification, from filtration to synthesis, mastering 9/10 of the basics, but missing the most essential part, specifically, the part involving magic. Ultimately, it became stuck in this limbo, and with the increasing prevalence and impact of potions and divine magic, even ordinary citizens didn't really trust it. Initially, Loy only intended to create an alternative formula, but Deep Blue, being meticulous, didn't like to be sloppy. Through this relentless pursuit of perfection, coupled with comparisons and optimizations based on the knowledge recorded in books, and repeated attempts, a qualitative breakthrough was finally achieved recently. Growing on the Dakar Plains, there is a small, entirely blue grass that looks unremarkable, but whenever magical beasts are injured, they love to gnaw on its leaves. This is Peleus grass, which enhances physical recovery, stimulates cell regeneration, and accelerates wound healing. However, this herb itself is somewhat toxic. Those with weak constitutions may be poisoned to death. Even with his strong constitution, Lloyd dared not compare himself to a magical beast, so he sought an antidote: siren grass. This is a seaweed that grows in the ocean and can neutralize the toxicity of Peleus grass, but siren grass can cause heat poisoning, requiring the addition of ghost moss that grows in dark regions. Thus, the three ingredients combined, with precise dosage control, create a prescription. To be honest, creating this prescription involved an element of luck. The final extracted potion was dark and had a fishy smell. Upon entering the mouth, it was viscous like paste. Swallowing it left a burning sensation from the throat to the stomach. As for its effects, none. With Deep Blue monitoring in real time, Luo Yi discovered that the potion couldn't be dissolved by stomach acid, let alone absorbed. Therefore, eating it directly was ineffective, but melting it at high temperatures and then absorbing it through the skin's pores was possible. Thus, today's medicinal bath was born. An hour later, the water in the bathtub had completely cooled. Luo Yi stepped out, feeling refreshed and ready for another round of high-intensity training. The effect was unexpectedly good. More importantly, Deep Blue's tests showed that it didn't clash with red potions, blue potions, or the original aura liquid. They could be mixed. This result naturally satisfied Luo Yi, leaving no room for dissatisfaction. Besides the effectiveness, the cost was remarkably cheap. One potion could make 10 of these medicinal bath recipes, costing approximately 150 copernars. If purchased in bulk, the price could even be further reduced. Of course, there were drawbacks. First, the bathtub couldn't maintain a consistent heat, the water cooled quickly, making the medicinal bath less effective. Second, a strange, lingering odor remained on the body after the bath. Luo Yi spent half an hour washing and spraying copious amounts of perfume to barely conceal it. However, these issues weren't insurmountable. Shen Lan had already established a research project. The next step was to eliminate the odor. Furthermore, the dosage would be continuously adjusted based on Luo Yi's constitution. Thus, Luo Yi's first potion formula was freshly created. After much thought, Luo Yi gave it a distinctive name: Warm Yang Body Strengthening Soup Formula. This was his style from his previous life, but Luo Yi didn't care. It's worth mentioning that, in addition to optimizing the Warm Yang Body Strengthening Soup Formula, Luo Yi also finalized a research direction for his next potion. It wasn't a substitute for the red and blue potions. He wasn't short of money at the moment and didn't care about expenses. He chose to research a calming drug that could strip away emotions, using Minerva as its caller. Mini grass, a herb that grows in forests, is said to only thrive in areas frequented by shadow dragons, making it a very rare species. According to Deep Blue's records, it has a calming effect. Chewing large amounts can lead to exceptional calmness, even indifference, maintaining a stable state of mind. Deep Blue suggested using mini grass as the core to create a potion that could soothe the mind and eliminate distracting thoughts. After a semester of study, Luo Yi had a considerable understanding of basic meditation. While he hadn't quite grasped its essence, he was intimately familiar with every step. He even had memorized the meditation runes required for meditation. However, his mind was too restless due to numerous distractions, making it impossible for him to calm down and enter a meditative state. Deep Blue's suggestion was that since his efforts were fruitless, a potion could assist. Luo Yi, having long struggled with basic meditation, readily agreed, and his next step would be to work on this. The next day, December 27th, New Divine Calendar 310. That day, Loy went to the Xiangshili Magic Textile Factory again. As the major shareholder, he needed to let the factory workers recognize him and give them a bonus. This was Maruna Marquis's suggestion. Over the past year, the Xiangshili Magic Textile Factory had weathered many storms, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy several times. The workers' unwavering loyalty, even in the face of wage arrears, and their efforts to keep the factory running, were truly commendable. Therefore, Maruna wanted to allocate funds to give everyone a substantial bonus. If Loy disagreed, it could be deducted from his personal profit sharing, still in the factory's name. Loy didn't let him contribute money. This kind of win-win situation had to be done personally. Moreover, Loy increased the bonus by another 10% and distributed a considerable amount of rice, flour, and cooking oil, personally handing them to the workers. The response was naturally excellent. A group of workers almost jumped for joy, and many rushed forward to kiss Loy's boots. Of course, Loy didn't forget to point out the traitor to Maruna, letting him deal with him. There was really no reason to hesitate. A traitor must die. It was here that Roy received Maruna Marquis's invitation. The next day, December 28, 310 of the new divine calendar, that evening, Roy, along with Oliveira and Hoover, attended a family banquet prepared by Maruna. The banquet was grand, with plenty of food prepared, and a specially hired band playing cheerful music. The attendees were Maruna's family, his wife, and their 2 children, a boy and a girl, aged 8 or 9. As for Roy, he only brought Oliveira and the butler Hoover. In Maruna's words, this banquet was to express his gratitude to Roy. If it weren't for Roy's intervention, the Chancellery Magic Textile Factory would probably be bankrupt by now, and he would be a pariah. The workers wouldn't receive their wages, working for half a year for nothing, and probably wouldn't even be able to afford food. From this perspective, he truly had to be grateful to Roy. December 29, 310 of the new divine calendar, another new day. On this day, Loy was still busy. He was dragged to Provence Manor by butler Hoover. 100 people had gathered there, farmers, shop apprentices, guards, and shop managers. These were the extensions of the Raymond family's influence, a testament to the power of the nobility. Regardless, Loy was the appointed manager of Auckland City by Earl Raymond. Even if he was just an illegitimate son, he was still their superior. Therefore, a meeting was necessary, and bonuses and daily necessities also had to be distributed. The Magic Textile Factory and the Champagne House had already distributed bonuses, so naturally, this place had to as well, and even more. Of course, the title was different. It was a noble's favor. And so, another busy half-day passed, and Loy felt utterly exhausted these past few days. Therefore, he unhesitatingly declined the noble banquets on the 30th and 31st. As a representative of the Raymond family, he was naturally qualified to participate. Many nobles and merchants, seeing his investment, were even more eager to swindle his money. But Roy genuinely didn't want to get involved. He hadn't seriously cultivated for several days, feeling he was on the verge of decadence. So, he first flatly refused, then pushed butler Hoover out. This wasn't a big deal for butler Hoover. He was usually the one to handle things. Thus, 2 days passed quickly, until a peaceful night's sleep. When he awoke again, it was January 1st, 311 of the new divine calendar. The festival of divine grace had arrived. I feel like my writing skills are getting worse. Chapter 41, Divine Grace. January 1st, 311 of the new divine calendar, the day of divine grace. The weather wasn't great that day. A biting winter wind howled, it was unusually cold, and heavy dark clouds threatened rain. Loy didn't feel anything special about divine grace, and his routine remained unchanged. He got up early, practiced a cheetah breathing technique, accumulation, for a while, and warmed up in the training room on the first floor, waiting for Mrs. Cassidy's breakfast. But then, he sensed a different atmosphere. Not only was the breakfast prepared by the old lady exceptionally lavish, but cheerful sounds drifted in from outside, and he could faintly hear the playing of musical instruments. He carried the food to the window and saw a bustling crowd outside, all dressed in new clothes, singing and dancing, overjoyed. Countless children, in groups, ran around everywhere. They would occasionally knock on doors, and the residents, unperturbed, would offer them candy and snacks. The entire city of Auckland seemed more relaxed than ever before. Even the cold weather couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd. After breakfast, Roy trained as planned, sweating profusely on the first floor. Oliveira accompanied him, doing his training as usual, though he seemed somewhat distracted. Roy hadn't expected that a cold, hardened warrior like Oliveira would be drawn to a holiday. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he realized that not only Oliveira, but he too was distracted. The morning's training was completed flawlessly, without the slightest slacking. After the intense training, Roy took a medicinal bath, spending an hour to fully recover his energy. Then, Roy took Oliveira out of the house, beginning to enjoy the festive atmosphere and joy. They walked along the main street, turning a few corners before reaching the main thoroughfare. Auckland's main street, originating from the 4 city gates, was straight and wide, converging at the central point. That was the city center, home to the government offices and Auckland's largest square, Alfred Square. The earliest record of Auckland dates back to the Marcus family, who, under royal command, led 30,000 men to expel monsters, slay evil, and build the city. The original Marcus Knight was named Elfith Marcus, and the square is named after him. However, the Marcus family is no longer Hohenzollerns' most loyal knight. Instead, they are constantly at odds and fighting. In the center of the square stands a 3-meter-high bronze sculpture depicting a valiant knight on horseback, lance in hand, charging into battle. The base of the sculpture is engraved with names of knights who sacrificed their lives on the frontier, pioneers of humanity, deserving the respect and remembrance of future generations. To the right of the square, next to the government building, stands a newly erected high-rise, a typical Gothic building with towering spires, intricate flying buttresses, and stained glass windows. This is the Seven Gods Bank. At the top of the bank is a massive mechanical clock, powered by magic, capable of keeping time down to the second. Big Ben, along with the iconic landmarks of the Seven Gods Bank scattered throughout the Habsburg Empire, has become a daily sight for many. This is where Loy and Oliveira's destination is, or rather, where most people's destination is. It's worth noting that as they walk along the main street, merging with the crowds, they inevitably pass through the church district. Perhaps due to competition, these churches are all built in one area, each with its own unique characteristics and splendor. However, today the Church of the Sun God is closed, and there isn't a soul in sight, giving it a somewhat desolate feel. The Habsburg Empire uses the Seven Gods as its state religion, but that doesn't mean other churches are forbidden. The Church of the Sun God, due to overt and covert suppression from the upper echelons, appears weak and unpopular, but it still has a considerable following among the lower classes. After all, it's the sect that unified the old world, powerful and deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Even the Hohenzollern family only dares to target it covertly. In comparison, the temples of the Seven Gods, while not as grand and imposing, each has its own unique characteristics. The Temple of Mystra, the goddess of magic, is shrouded in mystery, dreamlike and unpredictable. The Temple of Argus, the god of sorcery, seems to hold endless secrets, drawing one in at first glance. The Temple of Denel, the god of literature and art, is filled with romance, surrounded by young men and women. The Temple of Shandikar, the god of wandering, is filled with greenery, and countless farmers worship there. The Temple of Vol'jin, the goddess of trade and wealth, is most popular with merchants, its architecture resplendent in gold. The Temple of Muriel, the god of song, is filled with beautiful music that can move the heart, reaching the depths of the soul, bringing tears to the eyes. And then there's the Temple of Tom, the god of justice, solemn and dignified, a sacred place for judges and knights, a place of faith for mortals. These 7 temples, even today, radiate a visible divine light. Though not intense, it is nonetheless a miracle in itself. Before the temple gates, priests preached their doctrines, while countless people prayed devoutly and sang praises to the gods. When Loy and Oliveira arrived, the prayers had just ended, and the priests of the Seven Gods parted the crowd, forming a long procession, and began to march towards Elfith Square. Behind them, a vast, densely packed crowd of believers followed, impossible to count. Loy regretted his decision. There were simply too many people, as if the entire city had come. He was forced to move forward, following along, until they reached their destination, Elfith Square. When they arrived, the priests were already there, kneeling around a huge pyre, arms clasped, praying devoutly. The priests of the Seven Gods each had their own prayers, seemingly chaotic, yet there was a mutual resonance, making their voices grow louder and louder. A faint, pervasive energy spread outwards, and Loy sensed something amiss. He narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to perceive it. Unfortunately, his perception attribute was not high. He sensed something but could not discern its meaning. Then, he looked around again, and as far as the eye could see, everyone, yes, everyone, had knelt down with a thud. They clasped their hands together, pressed them to their hearts, bowed their heads, and prayed devoutly. The subtle, almost imperceptible fluctuations grew increasingly pronounced, and guided by the priest, finally underwent a qualitative change. A 7-colored pillar of light rose into the sky, illuminating the thick, leaden clouds. The clouds dispersed, light burst forth. An endless divine radiance spread across the earth, shining upon people, dispelling the winter chill, and warming their bodies and souls. Within that boundless radiance, a colossal figure seemed to emerge, its wings unfurling. It possessed a pair of pure white feathers, wore radiant armor, and was handsome beyond compare. It raised its hands, revealing its powerful physique, and carried on its shoulders an exquisitely crafted, almost dazzling, bottle. Was this an angel? At this moment, Loy was stunned. He stared blankly at the sky, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. But at that very moment, the angel seemed to sense his gaze, its head slightly lowered, its golden eyes looking in his direction. Just then, Olivera realized something was amiss and slapped Roy's knees. Roy's knees buckled, and he collapsed to his knees, banging his head on the ground in a gesture of deep piety. The angel of the holy bottle swept his gaze across the earth, thinking it was a hallucination, and withdrew it, his body slightly bent again. The holy bottle on his shoulder slowly tilted, sprinkling forth rich holy water like a waterfall cascading from the sky. As the holy water fell, it transformed into a fine drizzle in midair, cleansing the earth of impurities. It touched plants, causing withered grass to sprout. It touched the wind, dispelling the cold and adding warmth. Most importantly, it fell upon people like a gentle rain, relieving pain, calming the mind, and leaving the body and soul feeling refreshed. Even Roy could feel the changes within his body. The resistance accumulated from the overuse of potions, and the lingering injuries from intense training, were all being continuously repaired under the nourishment of the holy water. At this moment, information flashed through Loy's mind. The being in the sky was a named angel of the holy bottle, recorded in the Seven Gods Codex, specializing in bestowing blessings. Having arrived here, it was because the piety of the people of Auckland had moved the gods, bestowing divine grace and blessings. At this moment, even Loy, an unbeliever who had awakened his innate wisdom, felt a profound reverence and awe for the power of the new god. In the world I envision, since magic is real, the gods must also be real. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42, Riot. This divine blessing lasted a full 10 minutes, benefiting hundreds of thousands of people in Auckland. In the eyes of God, there is no distinction between noble and commoner, at least the seven gods don't care. Under the divine blessing, countless people wept and became even more devout. One can imagine how many people will convert to other faiths after the Feast of Grace, beginning to follow in the footsteps of the seven gods. Only Luoyi, even kneeling there, felt the divine power within his body, using his battle aura to scan it and his deep blue aura to test it, only breathing a sigh of relief after confirming there was no harm. Don't blame him for being cautious, after all, it's something he doesn't understand, and a little caution is always better than nothing. Furthermore, he had Deep Blue retrieve several books about gods, quickly reviewing them in his mind. When the power of gods is real and undeniable, there will naturally be many concerns. Even in books, descriptions of these great beings are mostly metaphorical. They are veiled, or half concealed. In short, they cannot be explained too clearly, nor dare they be. Moreover, the affairs of the gods are only glimpsed by mortals, making them seem incredibly mysterious. In fact, many aspects simply don't make sense. In the world of Herka, the existence of gods has a long history, especially in the old continent, where in ancient times, there was a chaotic war among the gods. The history of the sun god is too ancient to be verified, but without a doubt, he was the ultimate victor in the war of the gods in the old continent. He even managed to drive out other gods, and the humans he protected also drove out other intelligent beings. Now, the old continent is basically dominated by humans. Even if other intelligent races exist, they exist in hybrid forms. Such a sun god is powerful enough, having defeated countless powerful beings in the war of the gods. But the problem is, the seven gods have arrived. The seven gods are unique, they never claim to be eternally existing, nor do they proclaim themselves as the only ones. They each have their own doctrines, yet they can corroborate each other, making their arguments self-consistent. They are independent, each with their own followers, developing independently, yet they can unify their discourse and unite against external threats. After their appearance, they managed to carve out their own place of faith within the old world, and through their support of the Hohenzollern family, they secured the Habsburg Empire's recognition of their status as the state religion. This was almost unbelievable, yet they accomplished it. Their descent even altered the calendar, replacing the original solar calendar with the new divine calendar. Year 311 of the new divine calendar means that 311 years have passed since their descent. Note that this calendar is recognized throughout the Old World, that is, outside the Habsburg Empire. The dioceses belonging to the sun god all accept this calendar. This demonstrates the power of the seven gods. To be honest, the conflict between the sun god and the seven gods is obvious, yet they all show considerable restraint towards each other. Of course, that's all in the past. Let's talk about something more recent. After unifying the beliefs of the old world, the sun god became very aloof. He seems to have consciously begun to downplay the frequency of miracles, instead acting more like a high-ranking judge and adjudicator. He cared nothing for the infighting among nobles or the wars between nations. He only cared about the tithes belonging to the church, which everyone had to pay. Even a king's coronation required the church's recognition, and the pope, the divine representative on earth, had to crown him. This was orthodoxy. It was mandatory, otherwise, your position would be unstable. For a long time, the Church of the Sun God did quite well, but this changed with the arrival of the seven gods. The seven gods didn't care what the sun god did, they simply loved to send divine pronouncements, to spread divine grace, and even sent incarnations to lead believers on tours of divine kingdoms. The divine blessing in Auckland, for example, wasn't an isolated incident. The seven gods would randomly or intentionally choose different cities on the day of charity to perform miracles. Such tangible benefits, and a god closer to the believers, naturally made them more popular. The development of the Church of the Seven Gods and the spread of their faith forced the Church of the Sun God to retreat and make changes. For example, the frequency of miracles performed by the Sun God had increased significantly, and the Church was more willing to issue announcements to attract believers. Unfortunately, these accustomed to being noble gentlemen, who considered themselves God's shepherds, would never truly care about the lives of mortals. Lost in thought, the divine blessing ended, but the leaden clouds in the sky had been dispersed, and the evening sun shone down, bringing warmth to the winter city of Auckland. A joyful atmosphere permeated the air, firewood was lit, turning into a huge bonfire, the towering flames illuminating the smiling faces of the crowd. They sang and danced around the bonfire, leaping and laughing, their healthy bodies allowing them to release their energy freely. If they got tired, there was food nearby. Long tables were laden with carefully prepared dishes, the aroma of which, paired with ale, drew long queues. Roy had been about to leave, but somehow, he was pulled into dancing. He couldn't dance, and neither could the girl who pulled him. They simply swayed their energetic bodies, displaying their beauty to the fullest. Luo unconsciously swayed a few times, then realized it wasn't right and stopped, completely lost. He turned to look for Olivera, only to find that she had been dragged away sometime earlier. The person who pulled him away was also a young girl. In a fleeting glance, Luo could see the freckles on her face, but Olivera was dragged into the crowd and made to dance wildly. Luo was speechless. He really wanted to say, "I never expected you to be like this, Olivera," but the next second, he was dragged along by the girl again, no longer resisting, but dancing wildly to the campfire and the music. Luo himself hadn't imagined he could be so wild when he wanted to. When he was happy, he would insist on performing things like 360-degree spins, one-legged mid-air spins, diagonal C-turning jumps, one-legged transformation jumps, and swallow-like jumps, basically all high-difficulty moves, showcasing the results of his training to the fullest, and winning thunderous applause. Because of this, the priest of the wandering god Shandikar specially brought him craft beer and white bread, and invited him to visit the temple of the wandering god when he had time. With his physical condition, it would be a huge waste not to become a ranger or a rogue. Roy, however, was still sober, looking at the obviously drunk young priest in front of him, somewhat amused and exasperated. However, he did remember the young priest's name, King Montgomery. The bonfire party lasted for several hours, until the moon was high in the sky, and most people began to feel tired. So, the small groups of people finally began to disperse, heading home along the network of roads. Roy had also had enough fun, so he followed the flow of people to leave. The street lights along the roadside had already been lit, and with the moonlight shining down, the road was brightly illuminated. Olivera was nowhere to be seen, but Roy didn't care, casually walking home, feeling quite happy. You have to admit, he'd been living under immense pressure these past few months, pushing himself too hard. But a string stretched too tight can easily snap. This divine blessing, coupled with the catharsis of the bonfire party, allowed him to completely relax. Though it was a wild and exhilarating time, he felt as if some kind of shackle had been removed from his body, making him feel more energetic and joyful. Luo Yi felt that if he were given a sword at this moment, he could unleash his full potential. Just as this thought arose, a sudden, deafening explosion rang out. Boom! A massive explosion, accompanied by flames and shockwaves, swept along the street. Almost instinctively, Luo Yi dodged to the side, his movements as swift as lightning, already flashing into the shadows of a wall. Then, he peered out and saw, in the distance, raging flames, writhing in intense heat, distorting the air, and billowing smoke rising into the sky. Amidst the noise, shouts, and screams, countless people rushed towards the scene, while countless others tried to flee. After scrutinizing it for a while, Deep Blue finally pinpointed the location, reflecting in Luo Yi's eyes the address of the fire. It was the Church of the Sun God? The church had exploded? Who did it? How? What conspiracy was behind it? These thoughts were still flashing through Luo Yi's mind when he already knew that Auckland City was about to descend into chaos again. Just then, he suddenly realized that the fires hadn't started in one place, but in two. There hadn't been an explosion there, but the fires were even more intense than those at the Church of the Sun God. Deep Blue automatically located the location, and the name that appeared made Luo Yi's eyes widen. Auckland City, Alamado Prison. Luo Yi clearly remembered that there had just been a riot there not long ago, and now they were back? At this moment, Luo Yi could only chuckle. These people were really playing dirty tricks. Then, without hesitation, he slipped into the alley, preparing to rush back to 19 Lombard Street as quickly as possible. On nights like this, it was safer to stay at home. Editor's note, the editor said the grades were bad, sigh. Chapter 43, Hero Saves the Beauty. Luo Yi was actually a person who loved watching a spectacle. If it were his past life, he would have even gone to see who was stronger if two dogs were fighting in the street. But tonight, he was determined not to get involved in this kind of excitement. He was joking. Today was the Festival of Divine Grace, the most important festival in the Habsburg Empire, bar none. Not to mention, the blessings bestowed by the seven gods hadn't been long ago. And now, the largest church of the Church of the Sun God in Auckland City had been bombed? This was something that could be blown up to the heavens. Luo Yi didn't know who had the audacity to do such a thing, nor did he know how much scheming was behind it, or how many people would be unlucky. But he knew clearly that avoiding getting involved in this trouble was the most important thing at this stage. Moreover, since he was out having fun, Luo Yi hadn't brought his silver angel rapier. The only weapon he could use was the rapier and his cane. Sometimes, you can't blame Luo Yi for seeming to have a persecution complex, busy cultivating every day, afraid to relax. Given the current level of disorder and the constant attacks, he probably wouldn't even dare to leave his house without some kind of weaponry. Because the main street was too crowded, Luo Yi deliberately chose a side street. On the map reflected in his mind's eye, the Deep Blue had already outlined a clear road. Luo Yi moved through the alleys, his figure darting through the shadows, as fast as a ghost. But at one moment, he paused, tilted his head slightly to listen, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. After only a moment's hesitation, he took a few steps back and saw figures moving about in a dark alley, their blue and white uniforms conspicuous even in the darkness. Those were prisoner uniforms from Alamado Prison. How long had it been since the fire at Alamado Prison? And yet, prisoners had already escaped here? So, the fire was actually set later, and these people had already fled. And some people were probably hoping these people would cause some trouble. And there, surrounded by a group of prisoners, was a petite figure. A delicate, intermittent voice rang out, trembling slightly, "What do you want? Get out of my way. I'm not someone to be trifled with. Want to die? I'll grant your wish." Besides these, there were also the prisoner's vulgarities. "I never expected to see such a beauty as you so soon after I got out. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. We're too busy taking care of you. Put down that broken stick you're holding. In a moment, we'll show you how powerful a stick can be." Hey! With these words, the group of prisoners approached relentlessly, looking eager and clearly desperate. But the petite figure wasn't joking. She actually flicked her stick, and a fireball ignited. The fireball wasn't large, only about the size of a baby's fist, but it was still a fireball, and the fact that the petite figure threw it startled the prisoners. However, some prisoners reacted with lightning speed, intercepting the fireball with a long sword and extinguishing it instantly. A hoarse voice rang out, "I didn't expect you to be a magic apprentice. But with your magic power, This minor fireball is probably your limit, isn't it? You? How do you know? Who are you? Who am I? I'm the one who wants to completely destroy Auckland City. The hoarse voice seemed to be filled with soaring resentment. Then it addressed the other prisoners. What are you all standing around for? Go. Grab her, torture her, and then kill her. I'm only giving you 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, we should leave. 5 minutes? Who do you think you are? One prisoner muttered loudly, but other prisoners immediately surrounded him with enthusiasm, saying, 5 minutes it is, we can't waste any time. Just then, at the end of the alley, Luo Yi asked in her mind, is it confirmed? According to the stored audio comparison, it is indeed that person. Shen Lan pressed, Master, should we save her or not? Luo Yi sighed, help. Whether we know each other or not, we can't just stand by and watch someone die, can we? I'm a good person, I can't stand seeing this filth. Muttering this, he rushed out, incredibly fast, like a shadow in the night. His sword was drawn, cutting through the air without a sound, piercing a prisoner's chest in the blink of an eye. In another flash, it sliced through another prisoner's neck. These two were actually sent by the prisoners to keep watch. They stood on the outermost edge, facing the street, but their heads were turned away, watching with great interest. For Luo Yi to kill them was effortless, incredibly easy. However, the spurting blood and the sound of corpses falling still alerted the other prisoners. Some turned around, saw Luo Yi's figure, raised their weapons, and assumed a defensive stance. Unfortunately, Luo Yi's movements were extremely fast, far faster than they had imagined. With a single step, he activated his wind chaser step, his figure vanishing in an instant. Reappearing, he was already before the prisoner, his rapier piercing through the body before being withdrawn. In just a few turns, several men had died at his hands, his speed unbelievable. But then, one of the prisoners finally reacted, roaring and hurling his great sword at him. Luo Yi's rapier was naturally inferior even to the Silver Angel rapier, and he had no intention of a direct confrontation, dodging and retreating almost without hesitation. The prisoner, not one to let up, kicked the back of the great sword after it missed its mark, using the force of the kick to unleash a whirlwind slash in the alley. The alley was narrow, the great sword too long, and combined with the length of his arm, this spinning, slashing motion inevitably left sword marks on the wall. Sparks flew, sword marks deepened. The prisoner, like a madman, was determined to cut Luo Yi in two. It must be said, this prisoner possessed astonishing brute strength, managing to turn an unfavorable environment into an advantageous position. Faced with such a slash, Luo Yi had no choice but to retreat. But Luo Yi did the opposite. He took another step forward, his body momentarily lurching forward, crashing into the range of the great sword's blade. Just as he was about to be cut in half at the waist, he suddenly bent over, his body seemingly folding in half, avoiding the great sword. And from an unbelievable angle, his rapier suddenly thrust out. The next instant, everything froze, and a heavy sound rang out. A prisoner who had successfully looked to the side saw Luo Yi, in a bizarre posture, slash the great sword-wielding prisoner's neck with his sword. The prisoner's face showed horror, but before he could react, the corpse that had been standing was already flying backward. The other prisoners instinctively dodged, but Luo Yi hid behind the corpse, his rapier flashing around him. A silver light danced, like a sprite leaping through the air, nimbly gliding across the prisoners' hearts, necks, eyes, heads, all vital organs. The speed and the killing were both extreme. A group of over a dozen prisoners were killed without posing any real obstacle. Of course, you can't say they weren't strong, it's just that Luo Yi was incredibly strong, and his killing efficiency was too high. The only ones who could cause him any trouble, besides the great sword-wielding prisoner, were the hoarse-voiced man. He held a thick-spined short sword, about the length of an adult's arm, double-edged and exceptionally sharp. This was actually a common battlefield weapon, mostly used in close-quarters infantry combat. On the battlefield, cavalry was a decisive force, difficult to train, and no one dared to use them recklessly. Infantry formations were more common, with both sides closing in and engaging the enemy within a small area. Back then, people were packed together, making it difficult to use long weapons. Long spears and great swords were practically superfluous. Short swords, however, allowed for constant thrusting and withdrawing, often resulting in highly efficient kills. In addition, most carried a shield, left-hand shield, right-hand sword, using the shield to parry and the sword to kill, a swift and efficient method. This is how the shield and sword warrior evolved. The man before her was clearly a second-tier shield and sword warrior, but he only had a short sword, no shield. After 3 exchanges, Luo Yi had left 2 bloody marks on him. Seeing that he was about to lose, he suddenly grabbed a prisoner's corpse and used it as a shield. As if with a corpse as a shield, he gained more confidence, launching proactive attacks, proceeding cautiously, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Luo Yi. Luo Yi had to admit that his defense was impenetrable, even making Luo Yi feel somewhat constrained. But the problem was, a corpse was just a corpse, not a real shield. Loi seized the opportunity, her rapier suddenly accelerating, piercing the corpse and then the prisoner's throat. He fell, blood pooling on the ground, still clutching the dead body, eyes wide open, a look of unresolved death on his face. After doing all this, Loi withdrew her rapier, shook off the blood, and walked towards the only person still standing. Her steps were light, but to the petite figure, she looked like a demon from hell, utterly terrifying. The lesser fireball she had just conjured almost went out, and she almost instinctively cried out, "No, no, no, you don't come any closer." Loi paused, finally speaking, "After all, I saved you. This level of wariness isn't quite appropriate, is it, Professor Lilia Lightning?" Lilia was taken aback. "You know me." As soon as she asked this, a young face entered the range illuminated by the lesser fireball. "Don't you recognize me?" For a moment, Lilia was somewhat dazed. Her jewel-like eyes blinked, and she abruptly spoke. You are Roy Roy Fitz. Please continue reading. Please continue reading. Please continue reading." Chapter 44, Lilia Lightninger. Lilia Lightning, a distinguished graduate of the 2008 class of the Philip Magic Academy, is a level 3, first-tier mage apprentice. She is also an excellent teacher who stayed on at the academy, specializing in magical mechanics. She is one of Loi's substitute teachers, teaching general history of magic. Even in the Habsburg Empire, mages are rare and precious, and mages skilled in mechanical alchemy are even rarer. Therefore, even magic academies need outstanding talent and a sufficient number of excellent magic teachers. Selecting outstanding graduates from previous years to stay on as teachers is a natural choice. Lilia Lightning is one such teacher who stayed. Of course, her willingness to stay and forego a high-paying job outside was largely due to her dissatisfaction with her current situation. The cultivation of spellcasters depends on talent, but talent varies. Some are neither exceptional nor outstanding, unable to advance further, yet possessing a certain level of talent and achieving some success. Staying on as a teacher is the best option for them, because the mage tower is there, meaning they still have the potential for further advancement. However, the reason Roy knew this teacher was because he had taken her class. Throughout the entire semester, aside from basic meditation, the only other class he attended was Professor Lilia's General History of Magic. It was in that class that it was proven that Deep Blue was ineffective against magic, and Roy, in his emotional state, was caught red-handed answering a question. Of course, Roy had to admit that the reason he remembered it so clearly and felt his voice was familiar was because Lilia was incredibly beautiful. Beautiful beyond compare, and the undisputed beauty queen of the Magic Academy. "It's me." Seeing that Lilia recognized him, Roy took a few steps forward. As they drew closer, he noticed that Lilia's pleated skirt was badly torn, so he took off his gentleman's jacket and handed it to her. Lilia looked at the jacket, then at Roy, and finally reached out to take it, draping it over her shoulders. She asked, How did you get here?" "Naturally, I attended the Festival of Divine Grace and was heading back to my rented apartment." "Teacher Lilia, what about you?" "Me too. I found a big fire and it wasn't safe, so I tried to take a shortcut back to the academy, but who knew I'd run into these prisoners here?" Thinking of the prisoners, Lilia's face paled. She said, They escaped from Alamado prison. After I stumbled upon them, they were going to capture me. If it weren't for you. At this point, Lilia suddenly looked up, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Loy. "I never imagined Loy would be so powerful. There are at least 2 second-tier combatants here, and they didn't even last a few moves against you." Loy smiled and asked, "You seem quite familiar with them." Lilia's expression was complicated. "I don't recognize the one with the greatsword, but I've seen this middle-aged man before." Loy asked, "Who is he?" At a noble party, he was one of the focal points, Lord Caspar Roca, a second-tier shield sword warrior, retired from the Imperial Army. He's also the warden of Alamado Prison. Warden, this time, It was Roy's turn to be confused. He glanced at Lelia, then at the middle-aged man with his eyes wide open in death, and asked, "If he's the warden, how did things get like this?" Several months ago, there was a riot at Alamato prison, resulting in many deaths, causing immense damage and panic. Afterwards, Lord Caspar Roca was identified as the culprit. He was not only dismissed from his post but also imprisoned in Alamato prison for accepting bribes and embezzling food funds. Roy's eyes widened, his voice rising several notches. "What did you say? He, the warden, is now serving time in this prison? What brilliant idea came up with this?" At that moment, Roy suddenly understood why this man was somewhat cynical. Just kidding, being locked up in a prison under his own control, the contrast was just too great. And frankly, the people in the prison would definitely cause him trouble. Being bullied was a given. Besides, he was, after all, the warden. He knew exactly where the defenses were weak, where the hidden passages were, even where the sewers were. If he wanted to escape, there were plenty of ways to do so. Thinking about this, Luo Yi even had a strong feeling that perhaps the second prison fire was his doing. Perhaps some people wanted him to do it. However, this thought only flashed through her mind before Luo Yi dismissed it. In the distance, the noise and chaos grew closer, and she could even hear suppressed sobs and hysterical screams. Lelia trembled, her face growing paler. Loy said directly, "This isn't a place to linger. Let's leave quickly." Okay, but, what's wrong? "I just twisted my ankle." "It's alright, I'll carry you." Loy sheathed his rapier at his waist, then picked Lelia up and easily placed her on his back. Lelia gasped, feeling dizzy as she found herself on Loy's back. Through his thin shirt, she could feel his broad back and defined muscles. A blush rose to her cheeks. She braced herself against Loy's back, struggling to lift her upper body. It seemed only by doing this could she create some distance between herself and Loy, and ignore the large hand supporting her buttocks. But the problem was, Loy was running. With each acceleration, pause, and acceleration, Lelia couldn't stop herself from leaning backward, and when she paused again, she crashed into his broad back. This time, her entire upper body was resting on Luo Yi's shoulder, including her two soft breasts. Lelia's face was completely flushed, but she dared not move, remaining there with her small arms wrapped around Luo Yi's neck. A smile played on Luo Yi's lips, a bright, smug smile. In this life, Luo Yi was naturally an innocent young man, never even holding a girl's hand. But in his previous life, he was a veteran of the pleasure quarters, a regular at various entertainment venues, having seen all sorts of tricks and touched all sorts of women. With just a few moves, he had already closed the distance. However, Luo Yi also noticed that this body was too young, full of vitality and passion. Even this casual touch felt like an uncontrollable urge. Fortunately, he focused his attention on his eyes, and the reflected map once again showed the route forward. This time, Luo Yi moved much faster, but Auckland City was also much more chaotic. There were many people in blue and white striped prison uniforms, but there were also plenty of gang members taking advantage of the chaos. Some carried swords, others weapons, breaking into homes, ransacking them, and even killing to cover their tracks. Human nature is most vulnerable to temptation. The human heart must not be given the opportunity to unleash its evil, otherwise, who knows what crazy things it might do. Of course, there were also patrols of the city guards trying to maintain order, but to little avail. On one hand, there were simply too many people. After all, it was the night of faith and grace. On the other hand, the patrols themselves might also be among the looters. It was clear that Auckland was about to descend into chaos, even more chaotic than the Alamato prison riot. Along the way, Roy had also intervened. He wasn't a saint, but some things happening before his eyes, he couldn't simply stand by and watch. However, he also tried his best not to waste time, his rapier flashing as he ended the lives of the robbers in the shortest possible time. Second-tier combatants are still quite rare, and third-tier ones are all big shots, so with his combat strength, no one could stop him. Wandering through the streets and alleys, just as Lelia was getting dizzy and disoriented, Roy finally returned to his rented apartment. Number 19, Lombard Street. Lelia asked, somewhat dumbfounded, "Where's this?" "My home." "Oh, to be precise, the apartment I rented outside the school." "Aren't you going to take me back to the Magic Academy?" "To get you to the academy from here, we have to cross 3 main streets." "Given the current situation, are you sure you want to go back?" Roy explained, then added, Just stay here for the night. It'll be safer at dawn, then you can go anywhere without any obstacles." As he spoke, Roy opened the door. Grandma Cassidy, holding a kitchen knife, stood in the doorway, peeking out. Seeing it was Roy, she breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Lelia with curiosity. Luoyi greeted the old lady, ignoring Lelia's attitude, and carried her upstairs to the second floor. In the bedroom, Luoyi placed her on the bed and went to get some healing medicine. It was basically just applying a little medicine to the wound and rubbing it in until it warmed up. Lelia blushed throughout, but didn't refuse. After doing all this, Luoyi went to the window and looked down. One glance was enough to feel the chaos in Auckland City, fires everywhere, figures everywhere, accompanied by the sounds of fighting, the clanging of metal, screams, and cries, a continuous cacophony. At that moment, he suddenly looked into the distance, where two figures clashed and fought in midair, their bodies surrounded by battle auras, one red and one silver, like two enormous flames constantly intertwining and colliding. Those were actually two Tier 3 transcendent warriors fighting. The first magic energy mechanic, making his debut. Chapter 45, The Battle of the Extraordinary. Luoyi had never seen Oliveira go all out before, because, until now, there had been no enemy worthy of his full power. Therefore, this was Luoyi's first time witnessing a battle between extraordinary beings, a life-or-death struggle between two third-tier powerhouses. Even he was somewhat stunned at this moment. In his mind, Deep Blue frantically cried out, "Master, Master, hurry, hurry, give me authorization. Scanning module, storage module, data analysis module, use them all. I need to create a file, I need to analyze the true combat power of third-tier extraordinary beings. Okay, authorization, all authorizations." He uttered these words in his mind, but his eyes never left the two extraordinary beings. The distance was too great for him to see their faces clearly, but he could still make out their general features. Both were clearly combat professionals. The one with silver battle aura was likely from the Church of the Sun God. Because that kind of holy, sacred, even scorching battle aura was clearly something only the Holy Knights of the Church of the Sun God possessed. The Holy Knights were also one of the very few professions that didn't need to comprehend battle aura attributes, inevitably developing towards holy battle aura. The Templar Knight, clad in gleaming silver armor like an angel, wielded a greatsword that unleashed crescent-shaped sword strikes capable of sweeping across dozens, even hundreds of meters. Wherever his sword energy passed, buildings crumbled and destroyed as easily as slicing through tofu. His reckless attacks inevitably resulted in the deaths of unfortunate souls in the aftershocks, but he didn't care. As a Templar Knight and the Guardian Knight of the Church of the Sun, witnessing the Church's destruction before his eyes had driven him to madness. Therefore, regardless of who the enemy was, he was determined to kill them. The Templar Knight's opponent was a man dressed in black, appearing furtive and suspicious. His fighting spirit was crimson, seemingly dripping with blood, and his weapons were two short swords. His combat style emphasized speed. He didn't really want to fight, but the Templar Knight's relentless pursuit made it impossible for him to dodge. Finally, driven to desperation, he attempted a counterattack. His extraordinary speed created afterimages as he moved, highly deceptive. His two short swords, only the length of an adult's forearm, gleamed with a pale blue light. He disliked the meaningless outward display of his battle aura, instead closing in and unleashing a barrage of attacks. His short sword enveloped in crimson battle aura, attacking at an extremely high frequency. The Templar Knight suffered a setback, because the crimson battle aura enveloping his opponent's short sword could extend and retract freely. A seemingly ordinary parry went unnoticed by the Templar Knight, but then the crimson battle aura materialized into a blade, suddenly shooting out a considerable distance, nearly piercing his neck. Fortunately, he unleashed his battle aura, his body rising a notch in midair, blocking the attack with his sacred armor. From that moment on, the Templar Knight regained his composure, no longer seeking a fatal blow, but instead employing a steady, persistent approach, relentlessly pursuing his opponent and preventing escape. Their battle wasn't entirely confined to the skies. While they weren't yet at the level of flight, their jumping and aerial abilities were incredibly impressive. Combined with the enhancement and protection provided by their battle aura, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they fought from the sky to the ground and back again. Wherever they passed, houses collapsed, smoke and dust billowed, a truly terrifying sight. Extraordinary, extraordinary indeed. They're so damn strong they're almost inhuman. This was Luoyi's muttering to herself, But unexpectedly, a pleasant voice interrupted. Strong to the point of being inhuman, that's right. Extraordinary beings transcend the mundane, possessing power above all living beings. Even if they're just combatants, they're still enviable. Luo Yi turned around and realized that Lilia had also moved to the window. She imitated Luo Yi, leaning against the wall, still draped in Luo Yi's gentleman's suit, though one foot was still swollen, lightly touching the ground, her brow slightly furrowed. Perhaps having recovered from the initial shock, Lilia now possessed a more teacherly demeanor, elegant and intellectual. However, Loi found it somewhat jarring. Teacher Lilia, what do you mean by even if they were just warriors? You seem to have a problem with warriors. Lilia's expression froze. You know I didn't mean that, but that's exactly what you meant. Lilia couldn't help but roll her eyes. I know you're a powerful warrior too, but you have to admit, the path of a warrior is filled with killing, destruction, and death. No matter how strong they are, it's still just individual strength. But mages, especially those specializing in magical machinery, represent innovation, construction, change, and an incredible future. Loi remained non-committal, even nodding slightly. You're right. But if you can't even protect yourself, what do innovation and the future have to do with you? Lilia remained silent. She couldn't refute at this point either. If she hadn't focused all her energy on magical machinery and neglected magic, she wouldn't be in such a sorry state tonight. Seeing her silence, Luo Yi didn't want to delve deeper into the topic, but instead asked, Teacher Lilia, who do you think did what happened tonight? Lilia frowned slightly, pondered for a long time, and then slowly shook her head. I don't know. It seems that no one benefits from burning down the cathedral of the sun god. The old and new nobles have their struggles, but they shouldn't provoke the church. And the seven gods have just bestowed their divine blessings. To say they would attack the cathedral in the middle of the night is even more unlikely. As for other forces, regardless of whether they have the strength, doing this at this time is equivalent to offending the old nobles, the ruling hall, the church of the seven gods, and the church of the sun god. So, who will ultimately benefit the most? Theoretically speaking, the person who ultimately benefits is most likely the mastermind behind this conspiracy. But the problem is, there seems to be no one who benefits, making the situation even more perplexing. After a slight pause, Lilia finally withdrew her gaze, looked at Luo Yi, and asked, What do you think? Luo Yi grinned. Me? I'll just stand there and watch. As long as the trouble doesn't fall on me or disturb my studies, I'll ignore it. Lilia retorted, What if the trouble falls on you? Then my sword isn't just for show. As the two were talking, the battle of the extraordinary beings in the distance took another turn, with a third extraordinary warrior entering the battlefield. He was also a masked man, wearing a demon mask and a black cloak. As he moved, he was enveloped in a faint gray mist, almost completely obscuring his presence and aura. He hid there, waiting for the Templar Knight to pass by before suddenly attacking, a rapier seemingly emerging from the gray mist. The timing was perfect. When the Templar Knight and the dual-sword extraordinary warrior had clashed head-on, their old strength exhausted and new strength yet to arise. The rapier aimed straight for the throat, its blade flashing, invisible battle aura surging, directly slicing open the Templar Knight's neck. However, the Templar Knight was no pushover. After taking the blow, the holy light on his greatsword surged, like a fireball suddenly rising, not only dispelling the gray mist but also unleashing a powerful slash. The silver sword light, like flames, tore through the earth, extending for hundreds of meters. Even though the masked man dodged quickly, his figure flashing as he retreated hundreds of meters, the gray mist persisted, and when he disappeared, the ground was stained with crimson blood. The transcendent wielding two swords also seized the opportunity to escape the battlefield, vanishing completely. However, the Templar Knight of the Church of the Sun God was not dead. Just as he clutched his neck and knelt on the ground, a beam of holy light descended from the sky, landing on him. From the darkness emerged a priest in white robes, his temples white, but his eyes unusually calm. He cast a spell, summoning healing light, but his gaze sharpened in the direction the two transcendents had fled, his eyes becoming like blades. The battle of the transcendents had come to an end. But the unrest in Auckland seemed to have only just begun. At 19 Lombard Street, on the second floor, the show was over. Loi picked up Lilia and, amidst the girl's gasps, carried her to the bedside, carefully laying her down. How could you do this? I saw you were having trouble. What's wrong? I could carry you back just now, but not now. That's not what I meant. Then it's okay. I saw you were having trouble, so I helped you. There's nothing wrong with that. I can't argue with you. Anyway, don't do this again next time. Next time? Does the teacher want a next time? Loy spoke to Lelia casually. At this moment, her intellectual radiance seemed to disappear, replaced by a shy girl. Loy didn't go too far. He took out the silver angel rapier, put on his armor, and even took out the Colt revolver, tucking it into his waistband. He couldn't use it yet, but just having it in his hand, pointing it at anyone, would make them cower. Finally, he moved a chair and sat down by the bed, closing his eyes slightly, as if feigning sleep, or perhaps guarding her. Lelia wanted to say something, but ultimately said nothing. Soon, her eyelids began to droop, and she drifted off to sleep. She had experienced too much that night, leaving her physically and mentally exhausted. Now that things were settled, she felt overwhelmed. Loy, on the other hand, wasn't sleepy at all, and was even waiting. About half an hour later, there was another knock on the door downstairs. This time, it was Olivera who had returned, but the news he brought wasn't good. The last update was actually blocked. I was stunned and spent ages revising it. Chapter 46, The Bloody Mary Pirate Crew. The more Luoyi cultivated and the more he learned, the clearer he became about the immense value of a third-tier transcendent being. In any country, among nobles, churches, or secret organizations, such a person would be a pillar of strength, a powerful figure who controls a region. Therefore, when Olivera realized something was amiss, unlike Luoyi, he didn't choose to go home but instead roamed around, joining in the fun. Thus, he was far more knowledgeable about the situation in Auckland than Luoyi. For example, Luoyi had only witnessed one instance of the transcendent battle, but the covert fighting was taking place in at least 3 other locations: the city guard's barracks, the backyard of the government hall, and the Seven Gods Bank. It could be said that the attacks targeted vital locations, and the decisiveness of the killings and the destruction caused were beyond imagination. Furthermore, the people released from Alamato prison weren't so significant, given the recent fire and the relatively small number of prisoners. The real problem was that a group of pirates had entered the city and were wreaking havoc in the Western District. Auckland is typically characterized by a lower elevation in the east and a higher elevation in the west. If heavy rains occur, the drainage system may not be able to drain the excess water, potentially flooding the east. Therefore, the east is a slum inhabited only by the poor. The west, on the other hand, is the wealthy district, home to the estates and residences of nobles and wealthy merchants. It offers not only a better environment and greater security but also comprehensive amenities. For example, the poor celebrate Feast of Grace in the city center's Alfred Square, while the rich, unwilling to mingle with the paupers, prefer to hold bonfire parties in the western part of the city's Orphea Square. As a result, while these nobles and wealthy individuals were enjoying their revelry, someone suddenly appeared, armed, and kidnapped them. Before Olivera returned, the pirates were looting. Due to the outbreak of the extraordinary war, the city guard, the ruling hall, and the church were all in chaos, and at this stage, no one paid any attention to the pirates. Therefore, the pirates' looting process appeared remarkably unhurried. Of course, pirate raids aren't just about robbery, they also involve killing, death, and the brutal abuse of beautiful young women. In short, the place was in complete chaos. You might ask, how did Olivera know they were pirates? Even from miles away, the smell of the sea on them was unmistakable. They could only be pirates. However, pirates were countless in the old world, and without seeing their flags, it was impossible to determine which group they belonged to. So, Olivera secretly captured a lone pirate and interrogated him. Then, he learned that this was actually a joint operation by several pirate groups. They found a beach, secretly landed in small boats, and entered Auckland City through the west gate under cover of darkness. They hid for a day and a night before launching their rampage of killing and looting in the latter half of the night, when everyone was exhausted and relaxed. Theoretically, the western district of Auckland City housed the wealthiest people, who were extremely concerned about their safety. Almost all nobles trained skilled fighters, and all wealthy merchants hired warriors. Only on this day of divine grace could these pirates so easily subdue them. Undoubtedly, this was a premeditated operation, and there must be a traitor within Auckland City, someone of considerable status. The pirate clearly stated that the west gate was wide open when they entered the city. Furthermore, a day and a night of hiding required backup. The extraordinary battles that erupted at key locations, hindering the implementation of government orders, were no joke. But what was their objective? And who could be so audacious? Oliveira didn't know either, but he provided a name: the leader of the pirates, the Bloody Mary pirate crew. Yes, the Bloody Mary, the ship that robbed Roy and was soundly defeated by the Habsburg Empire's navy, yet remained resilient. The Bloody Mary's captain, the sea monster Tamergus, personally led his controlled sea serpents to these smaller pirate crews, forcing them to join, thus initiating this operation. This timely information raised Roy's psychological threshold for the chaos in Auckland City even higher. However, despite the abundance of information, it was almost useless in understanding the chaos. After pondering for a long time, Roy shook his head, clueless. He looked at Oliveira and said softly, "Teacher, please patrol and keep watch around here. No matter how chaotic it is outside, as long as it doesn't involve us, we don't need to pay attention." Oliveira nodded without hesitation. "Okay, take a potion set with you." "I know." Oliveira didn't hesitate at all, picked up his weapon, and turned to leave. From beginning to end, he didn't even glance at Lilia on the bed. He had seen plenty of the chaotic private lives of nobles and didn't care. He thought that for a genius warrior like Roy, having a few women was normal. After he left, Lilia couldn't help but open her eyes, squinting slightly, and secretly peek at Oliveira's back. She then patted her chest, as if she had been frightened. Roy, however, had no mind to pay attention to her. Instead, he walked to the window again, gripped his weapon, and gazed into the distance. Sensing the restlessness and bloodshed of Auckland in the night wind, his eyes flickered with contemplation and danger. "I hope all this has nothing to do with me. Unfortunately, there's a saying, things don't always go as planned." In the darkness, a group of people were advancing. They carried various weapons, their clothes were tattered, and almost all wore crooked hats with a prominent skull on them. These men moved swiftly, their eyes fierce, surveying their surroundings like hungry wolves, and there reeked of a strong stench of fish. They were pirates. However, at this moment, they weren't breaking down doors to loot. Instead, led by a short, stocky pirate leader with yellow teeth, they were heading straight for their objective. Along the way, they encountered many civilians, whom they almost immediately slaughtered with their weapons. No matter who came, no matter how far they ran, they spared almost everyone. Even those who weren't dead were given a final blow, their throats slit. They killed as easily as chopping vegetables, the sight of blood even making their eyes bloodshot and their expressions twisted with savage enjoyment. In another direction, another group was also on the move. They looked much more normal, though their clothes were ordinary, all made of linen. They were relatively clean and odorless. Their weapons were uniform long swords, still dripping with blood. They moved quickly, their movements almost synchronized, and not a single person spoke. Only the leader, with a cold expression, constantly patrolled the front and back of the group, his pace varying, issuing low commands. Objective of this operation: kill Roy Roy Fitz, burn down Lombard Street, and create the illusion of a pirate attack. Moving in this manner, they naturally encountered panicked pedestrians, whom they also killed without hesitation. Using coordinated formations, their long swords slashed, forcing the people to scatter and flee. Some hid in other streets and alleys, which they didn't pursue, but most were driven forward by them. Upon reaching Via Lombardi, Roy, standing on the second floor, witnessed an incredibly bizarre scene. Via Lombardi runs east-west, and at its end, the riot was escalating. It seemed an immeasurable number of people were heading this way, both at the east and west ends, on both sides of the street. Thus, in the darkness and under the moonlight, two groups of panicked people collided on the street, as if some terrifying force was pushing them forward. Finally, due to the sheer number of people, the fences on both sides collapsed, revealing alleyways between houses. Then, the fleeing people surged forward, trying to escape. At this moment, two groups appeared almost simultaneously at the two ends of the street, one incredibly ferocious, the other orderly. Both seemed to share the same goal, relentlessly hacking and slashing at the surging crowd, rapidly closing in. Roy was also somewhat bewildered by the situation, but that didn't stop him from gripping his weapon tightly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. After the crowd dispersed, house number 19 on Via Lombardi came into view of the two groups. They looked at the house, then at each other, both seemingly bewildered. They approached, but neither made a move. Just then, someone behind the pirates couldn't contain himself any longer. With a roar, he hurled a stone. Stone throwing, an ancient skill, though not considered elegant, was still quite powerful. If thrown accurately, it could leave an enemy bleeding and stunned. This pirate was a master of it. A stone with several sharp angles fell from the sky, striking a swordsman on the head. Blood splattered, the skull caved in, and the swordsman collapsed to the ground, twitching a few times before falling still. At that moment, the swordsman's eyes turned red, as if they wanted to devour him. Without a word, they charged forward. Wielding their greatswords, they gained the upper hand and killed several pirates. The pirates, enraged, immediately retaliated, and the two sides clashed right there in the street. Roy suddenly turned around and saw Oliveira standing beside him. Oliveira pointed down, his expression strange, and asked, "Did you throw that stone?" "Yes, but what does this mean?" "I don't know, though I'm a little narcissistic. Do you think they might be here because of me?" Instead of guessing, "Why not ask?" "Then let's ask." Roy nodded and added, "You go east, I'll go west. We won't let a single one escape." "All right, pirates." Modern history is inseparable from pirates. Chapter 47, Confusion. A quarter of an hour later. The pirates and swordsmen, having suffered heavy casualties, were exhausted from the fighting. Both sides, drained of energy, stopped simultaneously, panting heavily. But it was then that they realized their escape route seemed to be blocked. On either side of the street stood a man, weapon in hand, leisurely watching the spectacle. At this moment, the pirate and swordsman leaders sensed something was wrong. They exchanged a glance, silent, but each made the most advantageous choice. So, they cautiously separated, each turning back to fight in the direction they had come from. Uncertain of the situation, they decided to leave first, but before that, they had to deal with Roy and Oliveira blocking their path. For them, killing two people was a piece of cake. Unfortunately, their luck wasn't good today. The pirate leader, his short, stocky body half crouched, his thigh muscles bulging, strained, raising his curved sword high. This is the pirate's favorite universal combat technique, the leaping slash. Besides their class-specific combat skills, combatants also have universal techniques, meaning anyone can learn them as long as they meet the basic requirements. As for the level of mastery, the power, and how to use them, that depends on individual comprehension and effort. Pirates primarily operate on ships, and boarding and jumping are indispensable during raids, making the leaping slash a skill almost everyone must learn. This short, stocky man, as the new first mate of the Bloody Mary, a second-tier scimitar pirate, could only be described as proficient in this technique. Unfortunately, just as he finished charging up and was about to leap, his expression changed, from ferocious to terrified, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. His leaping body crashed back down, the force causing him to groan. But he should be thankful, very thankful, because Oliveira, although he didn't make any move, didn't even draw his sword. A surge of powerful battle aura had already risen, transforming into flames that swirled around his body like a raging fire, completely extinguishing any desire for resistance from the pirate captain. Battle aura released. This was a third-tier transcendent. Their operation actually involved a third-tier transcendent? At this moment, the pirate captain felt like crying, and in his heart, he cursed his captain mercilessly. The more he respected him before, the more he hated him now. He could have just told him to die. Why this mockery? Just as the pirate captain was at a loss, Oliveira raised his hand and pointed forward, saying nothing, but the meaning was clear. The pirate captain bowed and scraped, immediately turning around and leading his group in another direction. However, upon looking up, his heart sank again. While Roy didn't possess Oliveira's strength, her current performance still terrified the pirate captain. A silver angel rapier danced up and down, like a leaping sprite, gracefully twirling in the hazy moonlight. Wherever the cold light passed, it left streaks of blood, some shallow, some deep, tracing beautiful arcs. Coupled with the swordsman's screams, it created a strangely beautiful spectacle. The pirate captain quickly shook his head, banishing the dangerous thought from his mind. At that moment, he understood perfectly well that his enemies were using them as tools to gain combat experience. But could he refuse? A gamble offered a chance to survive. No gamble meant certain death. Gritting his teeth, the short, stocky pirate widened his eyes, crouched again, gathered his strength, and leaped up. His curved blade traced an arc, carrying a fierce wind, and came crashing down towards Luo Yi's head. It was the same common combat technique, a leaping slash. If this strike landed, Luo Yi would be cleaved in two. Luo Yi reacted even faster, unleashing his battle aura and stomping his foot to use the wind-chasing step, disappearing from his spot. It must be said that the group of swordsmen alone didn't pose much of a threat to Luo Yi. He was no longer a mere newbie who had just entered the second tier. With his refined combat skills, rich practical experience, and attributes far exceeding those of his peers, his combat strength was now vastly different. Even those swordsmen, though 2 were second tier and 7 or 8 were first tier support, didn't put much pressure on him. It wasn't until the pirates stormed in, further compressing Luo Yi's space to maneuver, that he began to feel the strain. These swordsmen and pirates each had their own unique characteristics, far superior to the Razor Gang's gangsters. The swordsmen were typically well-trained, with precise advances and retreats. Their method against an agile combatant like Luo Yi was to advance and retreat in unison, constantly compressing his movement space. The pirates, on the other hand, were willing to fight to the death, exchanging blows for swords. Although in most cases they died, Luo Yi still had to carefully dodge. This further slowed down Luo Yi's speed. Only then did Luo Yi feel a sense of impending doom, a life-or-death crisis that could strike at any moment. However, this was exactly what he needed. At this instant, Luo Yi's eyes lit up, his heart pounded, and the speed of his battle key circulation increased dramatically. With a surge of adrenaline, his, swift as the wind, talent was activated, his focus soaring to new heights, and everything around him seemed to slow down. Furthermore, fatal perception provided constant, threatening reminders, prompting him to dodge in time. At this moment, Luo Yi unleashed his full strength, possessing the full combat power of an elite template, becoming a peak second-tier existence. Then, his figure moved like lightning, darting through the crowd. Sometimes, when evasion was impossible, he would simply rely on his physique and strength to charge forward. He wasn't an ordinary wind-chaser swordsman, nor was he fragile. Such a collision often resulted in him not being the one to suffer. And his sword was even more swift, faster, more unpredictable, and more elegant. Of course, to outsiders, his swordsmanship was actually subpar. After all, few pirates and swordsmen were killed with a single blow. But this was all intentional on Luo Yi's part. His sword, when he wanted to kill, aimed for vital points. When he didn't want to kill, it could only wound without killing. And so, after more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, the long street was littered with fallen figures. Only the swordsman leader and the pirate leader faced Luo Yi's relentless, storm-like attacks. They could only retreat, swinging their weapons with minimal movement to parry the Silver Angel rapier. Even so, wounds still appeared on their bodies, the tearing pain tormenting their spirits. Until Luo Yi voluntarily withdrew his sword and stopped attacking, the two immediately collapsed to the ground. Panting heavily, even feeling a sense of relief at surviving a close call, Luo Yi also let out a long sigh, drenched in sweat, but feeling exceptionally refreshed. He looked up slightly and saw a figure flash by on the second floor. Lily Lightning didn't know why she was hiding, but she dodged almost instinctively. Loy looked at Olivera again, paused, and then said, "Teacher, I feel my swordsmanship has improved again." Sure enough, combat is the best way for a warrior to grow. Olivera's expression was strange, hesitant to speak, and after a long while replied, "Combat is indeed the best way for a warrior to grow, but it's also the fastest way to die. Haha, the interrogation is up to you, teacher. I'll do it. Torture is an art, and 8 out of 10 who master it have psychological problems, and the remaining 2 are mentally ill." Therefore, Loy didn't want to learn it, so he naturally left it to Olivera. Olivera didn't hesitate. He first dragged the swordsman leader to a secluded corner, and using some unknown method, made the man spill everything he knew. Then, the testimonies of the other swordsmen were cross-referenced, followed by those of the pirate leader and his men. Because it was an interrogation, Luo Yi didn't kill them this time. All the swordsmen and pirates were seriously injured, but not fatally. Finally, when their testimonies were compiled, Luo Yi was dumbfounded. The short, stocky pirate leader, from the Bloody Mary, had been sent by his captain to hunt down Luo Yi. The problem was, their orders were, hunt him down, but don't kill him. The swordsman leader, from the Silver Fox Merchant Guild, was a specially trained guard, also tasked with hunting down Luo Yi amidst the chaos. Their orders were, kill him, even burn down his house, and make it look like the work of pirates. The two orders had similarities and differences, seemingly contradictory yet unified. Luo Yi was left with a head full of questions. He felt he hadn't offended anyone, so why were so many people looking for trouble? Can you guess who was behind these two groups? Chapter 48, everyone was furious. The moonlight was bright, the lamplight dim. A cold winter wind blew, carrying the nauseating stench of blood. The wounded lay scattered on the ground, groaning softly, barely daring to make a sound despite the excruciating pain. Treatment was out of the question, but Oliveira dragged them one by one to a sheltered spot and bound them with ropes. Loy stood in the street, gently wiping the bloodstains on the silver angel rapier with a piece of cloth cut from somewhere. In reality, the silver angel rapier wasn't stained with much blood. Loy was merely using this gesture to discuss with Deep Blue. The pirates came, but not to kill me. The guards came, but to kill me. What the hell is this? Deep Blue, stop playing dead. Activate the data analysis module and help me organize this. Yes, Master, Deep Blue replied, and the data stream reflected in Loy's eyes accelerated rapidly, but then stalled after a moment. Master, there's too little information to analyze, connect the dots, or make sense, then tell me what we can confirm. Okay, Shen Lan responded, and lines of text appeared before Luo Yi's eyes. Firstly, the person who could send the Bloody Mary here is most likely the one who allowed the pirates into the city. Only that person could command these pirates. But this person doesn't want to kill you, they're just creating the illusion of a pursuit. Their purpose is quite intriguing. Secondly, the swordsman belongs to the Silver Fox Merchant Guild, the same guild that Wooly Aaron belongs to. Although Wooly Aaron's business has been divided up, the guild still exists. So, we can consider it a revenge killing. After all, he has 2 sons. Thirdly, regarding the chaos in Auckland, Master, you are probably just one link in the chain. It's hard to say how many forces are involved in the power struggles and battles. As for more information, the module cannot continue operating due to insufficient information. Loy asked again, then what do you think I should do now? Master, I refuse to answer that question. Oh, I understand. Let me rephrase my question. Do you have any good suggestions? That depends on what goal Master wants to achieve. How so? Is safety the priority, or revenge? Safety first, of course. As for revenge, I need to find the mastermind behind it all and then figure out a way to get my revenge. Deep Blue said, according to my analysis, if Master actively displays his power, with Mr. Oliveira around, the safety guarantee can be over 85%. As soon as these words were spoken, an idea quickly formed in Loy's mind, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. In that case, these surviving pirates and swordsmen will be useful. Who knows, we might even be able to stir up trouble and lure them out. With this response, Loy had already sheathed his silver angel rapier, and Oliveira also returned. He shook his head and said, we didn't get any new information. They know very little. Loy asked again, Professor Oliveira, what do you think we should do next? Oliveira stared intently at Loy with her gray eyes, saying nothing. Loy waved her hand and said, okay, I shouldn't have asked you, just leave these people here. Tomorrow, hand them over to the police station. Oliveira was puzzled. Hand them over to the police station. Yes, hand them over to the police station. Undoubtedly, it was a long night. The revelry and pleasure of the first half of the night contrasted sharply with the death and chaos of the second half. As dawn broke, the sun shone brightly, dispelling the winter chill and bringing a touch of tranquility to Auckland. The pirates, led by the Bloody Mary, had already withdrawn. They had taken with them a vast amount of wealth and people, yes, including the descendants of wealthy merchants, first boarding small boats, then the pirate ship. They would make these people's wealthy parents pay ransoms, and whether they would return safely depended on many factors. Of course, their departure didn't mean Auckland City was safe. In fact, by now, there were more than just 1 or 2 people stirring up trouble. Gangs, thieves, assassins, mercenaries, detectives, and even desperate people were all involved in looting, rioting, and creating chaos. As for the city guards, as the force responsible for maintaining the city's safety and order, their role in this chaos was practically non-existent. Without them, perhaps the chaos would have been less. It wasn't until the ruling hall relayed the message to the Empire and received royal authorization that the 7th Mixed Legion, stationed outside the city, began to enter. First came the cavalry, riding tall horses, long swords at their waists. Their cold eyes and the sound of their hooves pounding the streets quickly calmed the restless crowd. Then came the organized magic-powered infantry legion. Armed with Hab's Empire-issue magic-powered rifles, they marched into the city in perfect unison, an invisible killing intent permeating the air, making even second- and third-tier extraordinary combatants tremble with fear. Even in the Auckland City Magic Academy, magic gunners are rare, yet they appear in organized units within the army. Even a third-tier transcendent wouldn't want to face such a small squad of magic gunners. Moreover, the 7th Mixed Legion had actually set up magic-powered cannons on the city walls, their dark barrels facing inwards. While mostly for intimidation, no one dared say they wouldn't actually fire them. If another battle between third-tier transcendents were to occur, cannonballs might be raining down on them. If the city guards were like militia or police, good at shouting orders but useless when truly needed, then these Legion soldiers were cold-blooded war machines. They didn't care about methods, didn't care about losses, only about results. And this was why the 7th Mixed Legion could only act with an order from the royal family. This was a red line the Empire could not cross. Without a royal order, if the Legion dared to act rashly, the damage could be unimaginable. In the Habsburg Empire, this was no less than treason. However, at this moment, with the intervention of the 7th Legion, the so-called chaos immediately subsided. No one dared to stir up trouble in front of the real war machine, that would be asking for a quick death. Although the chaos ended, the anger in Auckland was brewing. Lord Dorji Petrovich, the governor of Auckland, was furious. He smashed his office and even punched a large hole in the wall with his iron fists. He had no reason not to be angry, because this was a stain on his rule, a provocation, and he might face the wrath of the royal family and lose the title he had fought so hard for. Baron Marcus, the owner of Auckland, was even more furious. This was the traditional territory of the Marcus family, and in a sense, he was the master of this land. What was happening now was a slap in his face, and his anger was understandable. Needless to say, the Church of the Sun God was also affected. The cathedral was bombed with an alchemical bomb, directly destroying the 10-meter-tall statue of the Sun God. It could be said that the symbol of the Sun God in Auckland was gone. This was blasphemy, a sin worthy of being burned at the stake, and it directly ignited the wrath of the Church of the Sun God. Even though this was the Habsburg Empire, with the 7 gods as the state religion, they still had to give them an explanation. As for the Church of the 7 gods, they were equally furious. They had their reasons for anger. The 7 gods had just bestowed their divine blessings, and then this serious incident occurred. What was the difference between this and a slap in the face? Reliable information came that after deliberation, the Church of the God of Justice dispatched a bishop-level figure to intervene in the follow-up investigation. Then there were the nobles, who were even more furious. Although, in the grand scheme of the empire, Auckland was just a small place, and the nobles were mostly knights, or fallen barons and knights, they were still wealthy and powerful in Auckland. But what was the result? This attack resulted in heavy casualties and equally heavy losses. Many others were taken hostage by pirates, and whether they would survive was uncertain. As for the wealthy merchants, they were even more furious. Although their power and social status were not as high as the nobles, they were all extremely wealthy, and they suffered the greatest losses in this robbery. Though they are a rising force, you absolutely cannot underestimate Gentle's magic. Finally, the most overlooked yet most numerous civilians of Auckland City displayed extreme anger. They were the ones who suffered the most casualties. Prisoners, pirates, gangs, looters, and even those caught in the stampede. Preliminary estimates suggest at least several thousand died on the streets due to the revelry. They too had parents, relatives, wives, children, and elderly parents. Their anger was enough to ignite everything. It's said that some are already preparing to organize demonstrations to protest the inaction of the governing body. In short, everyone was furious. Everyone seemed to be a victim of this chaos. But Loy knew perfectly well that the mastermind was lurking behind these so-called victims, watching this scene with smug satisfaction. At this moment, Loy retracted her previous assessment. Some people in this world are quite adept at scheming and plotting. Their hearts are dirtier than the devil's. Personally, I think the plot design is pretty good. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49, Magic-Powered Mechanical Forging Hammer. The next day, early morning, Olivera went to the nearest police station and brought a group of city guards to drag back the half-dead pirates and swordsmen. It's worth mentioning that the leader was none other than Captain Weiner, who wasn't from this area and whose reason for being transferred here was unknown. With him there, Oliveira had much less to say. However, when Weiner saw the pirates and swordsmen, his eyes changed, and he looked at Oliveira with a mixture of relief and relief. As for Loy, he didn't show up at all, but was on the second floor, having an academic discussion about magical machinery with Professor Lilia, 19 Lombard Street, second floor, study. I think I understand what you mean, but what's the use of this design? Lilia's voice rang out, still melodious, but filled with doubt. She sat behind the desk, taking Loy's place, her body ramrod straight, revealing her graceful curves. Beside her, Luo Yi was leaning on the desk. The two were very close, but there was no ambiguous atmosphere. Instead, they both looked serious. Loy, pen in hand, gestured on the paper, explaining as he spoke, "Teacher Lilia, I don't know if you've ever seen blacksmithing? It's the blacksmiths in the blacksmith's shop who forge weapons or farm tools. They heat and hammer the iron, constantly removing impurities. Then they shape it, quench it, polish it, sharpen it, and so on. There are many specific steps, and even more intricacies involved, but from my observation, the most time-consuming and troublesome part is the complex hammering of the iron. That requires a skilled blacksmith master, along with several apprentices, to repeatedly hammer and refine the iron to obtain relatively qualified refined iron. This process, depending on the quality of the iron, can take anywhere from 1 or 2 days to several days. Blacksmiths are human too. This process is extremely physically demanding and is the main reason why forging efficiency is low. So, I came up with this idea." Lilia understood immediately. "Your idea is to use this magical machinery to achieve the effect of repeatedly hammering the iron. That's a good idea. Driven by magic energy, the gears rotate, and the hammer moves back and forth. The blacksmith only needs to hold the iron with tongs and repeatedly change the position to be hammered." Loy's understanding of tools was beyond the comprehension of people in this world. It wasn't because he had great ability or profound thoughts, but simply because he had been here, seen it, and experienced it. He had a wealth of ideas and concepts about mechanical design. Even advanced warships and submarines were within his grasp. However, industrial development is actually an explosion of mature technologies. Even if he had airplane blueprints now, it didn't mean he could build one. The current industrial base simply didn't allow it. Therefore, if he wanted to enter the magic-powered machinery industry, he had to come up with a new design that was both simple and practical, yet extremely useful. After much thought, Loy chose the most labor-intensive part of the smelting industry. So, in his spare time, he drew up the design, the standard name of which should be a small, single-unit air forging hammer. To put it simply, it's an anvil at the bottom, a forging hammer on top, and magic-powered to make the hammer move back and forth. Of course, the part about magic-powered operation is completely blank. Lilia had originally planned to return to the Magic Academy at dawn, but after seeing the blueprints, she couldn't move. Her magic was rudimentary, she had rarely used magic-powered firearms, and her combat experience was practically non-existent. Yet, she was still an outstanding graduate of the Philint Magic Academy, precisely because she specialized in magic-powered mechanics. Just looking at the blueprints, Lilia's eyes lit up. For the first time, she felt that Loy wasn't just a warrior who only knew how to kill, but a fellow traveler like herself, with many ideas about magic-powered mechanics. And then, this scene unfolded before her. Lilia's eyes brightened. After a moment's thought, she said, "Your idea is interesting, but your design doesn't consider the integration with the universal power machine, which is wrong. You should do it like this, and like this. This way, you can convert magical energy into the kinetic energy of the hammer." Loy immediately interjected, "Teacher Lilia, your design is actually based on the function of the magical energy pool. Adding the universal power machine for transmission and conversion seems a bit wasteful, doesn't it? This scale is too large, it would have to be a magical energy factory. Can we simplify it? For example, we could concentrate the magical runes directly on the machinery and drive it with magical crystals. Would that make moving, transporting, installing, and fine-tuning much easier?" "That's true, but achieving that won't be easy." "Why won't it be easy? Magical energy guns have such a small area, yet they can micro-engrave magical runes. My forging hammer is so big, why can't I do it?" "That's pure layman's talk, it's laughable. Magical energy guns aim for an imbalance of the 4 elements, an explosion within a very small range. It's completely different from the requirements of your forging hammer. There's no comparison." "Then let's change the requirement. For example, the speed can be adjusted, such as the frequency of the forging hammer's fall. Well, we can think of a way to do that. I think we could do it like this. Also, the force of the forging hammer should ideally be finely adjustable. My initial idea is to use the weight of each fall as the unit of measurement. What do you think? You really have a lot of requirements. I just want to design it better. Teacher Lelia, please put in more effort. Let me think about it some more. The two discussed back and forth, and the topic became more and more in-depth. As for sending Lelia back to the Magic Academy, neither of them mentioned it. 3 days later, January 4th, New Divine Calendar 311, first floor, training room. After finishing the last set of exercises, Luo Yi let out a long sigh and slowly stood up. He was shirtless, wearing only a pair of trousers, his whole body covered in sweat and oil, his fair skin seemingly radiating light. He was tall and slender, and although his muscles didn't appear developed, they were like countless twisted steel wires, with a clear outline, and every movement contained extremely terrifying explosive power. It was at this moment that Luo Yi glanced at the attribute panel, and keenly spotted the changes in several numbers. Strength 13, 11/100, combat skills, swift sword technique LV7, 9/100, swift strike LV4, 50 out of 100, cross instant kill LV3, 9/100. First, his strength attribute had increased, finally reaching 13 points, which, even by the standards of a second-tier knight, was at LV7. However, Luo Yi clearly felt that achieving a perfect balance between strength and agility was indeed difficult. The closer the two were, the harder it was to improve. This was the limitation of human muscle structure, something that couldn't be changed by human effort. Furthermore, the battle with those pirates and swordsmen had ultimately provided a significant boost, allowing him to break through the bottleneck of swift sword technique LV6. Don't underestimate this seemingly small step. In Deep Blue's system, LV4 and LV7 represent major leaps in skill, opening up entirely new horizons. Luo Yi's perception was exceptionally clear. With swift swordsmanship LV7, once he grasped the sword, it truly felt like an extension of his arm, almost possessing an intangible tactile sensation. The trajectory of each swing, the air current stirred by the blade, the deformation of the sword tip at its limit, all of this was under his complete control. The feeling could only be described as miraculous. As for the improvements to swift strike LV4, 50 out of 100, cross instant kill LV3, 9/100, these were purely natural advancements resulting from the breakthrough in basic swordsmanship. At this point, Deep Blue could once again prioritize optimizing combat techniques. Personalized improvements and iterations would lead to a continuous increase in combat power. As Loy pondered, a towel was offered to him. He took it casually, wiping the sweat from his brow. Looking up again, he saw Butler Hoover standing before him, still impeccably dressed in his gentlemanly attire, every strand of his hair neatly combed. The chaos in Auckland City didn't actually affect Provence Manor much. The manor's tenants were all country folk, none of them living in the city. Even those who entered the city on Grace Day returned early. However, the Raymond family's properties, including their 3 perfume shops in the west of the city, suffered some damage. But the pirates weren't interested in perfumes, so the damage was limited, far better than the other shops. Therefore, Butler Hoover appeared quite calm amidst the chaos. He was here because of a task Loy had asked him to do. However, before he could speak, Loy waved her hand and said, "Aang, come over here too." At the other end of the training ground, Olivera was instructing Aang on swordsmanship. Hearing Loy call him, she immediately put down her rapier and jogged over. Loy looked at them and said, "Tell me, what did you find out? I'm very curious. What's the situation with those pirates and swordsmen who were arrested and taken to the police station?" Lelia is a magic-powered mechanical designer, not just a pretty face. Chapter 50, Section 49, Unraveling the Mystery. In fact, assessing their own strength, Olivera is a third-tier transcendent swift-wind swordsman with rich combat experience and a complete lineage. Even on the battlefield, he's a formidable force capable of slaughtering and moving with unparalleled power. While Roy is only second-tier, he's no ordinary second-tier fighter, at least for now. He hasn't encountered anyone of the same tier who can match him. Their combination is definitely not weak in Auckland City. The problem is, nobody knows. Information gathering and transmission aren't as advanced in this world, and combatants are still human. They don't have "I'm a master" written on their faces. Unless Oliveira intentionally reveals himself, who knows he's transcendent? Therefore, neither the pirates nor those behind the swordsman actually know their true strength. That's why they sent a bunch of weaklings to be delivered to their deaths. But Roy sent these pirates and swordsmen to the police station, so information about them can't be kept secret anymore. And that's exactly what Roy wants, to be able to keep it a secret. He wants certain people to feel awe. At least, they won't send those nobodies anymore. Similarly, these pirates and swordsmen were evidence, a threat, and Roy wanted to see who would step forward. Butler Hoover's social circle encompassed the upper and middle classes of Auckland, while Ng's connections extended to the lower classes. With both of them keeping an eye on the sheriff's office, Roy was confident he would get all the information he needed. Seeing his words, Butler Hoover and Ng didn't rush to speak, but instead exchanged glances, seemingly urging each other on with their eyes. Seeing their evasive answers only fueled Roy's curiosity. He asked, "What, is there really no useful information at all?" Ng spoke up, grinning, "Butler Hoover, why don't you go first?" Old Hoover glared at him before saying, "Thanks to Lord Oliveira's presence, Captain Weiner has been very polite to me, providing many conveniences. These past few days, the interrogations of those pirates and swordsmen have followed standard procedures, and not many outsiders have visited them. However, due to their severe injuries and lack of treatment, several have died. Their bodies were simply buried in the cemetery outside the city. Auckland has been too chaotic lately, and no one has paid them any attention. As for the Silver Fox Merchant Guild, I've consulted several shareholders and gained a detailed understanding. Officially, the movement of the guard was ordered by Wooly Aaron's eldest son, Merrill Aaron. After Wooly Aaron's death, his business was almost entirely divided up, but he did leave behind considerable assets, which were inherited by his two sons. It was this Mary Aaron who bribed the swordsman leader to make this happen. There are some suspicious points, though. Although Mary Aaron is Wooly Aaron's eldest son, he's not favored. His biological mother died early, and Wooly married a second woman, having a second son. However, his stepmother isn't kind to him, and his second son often bullies his older brother. Wooly knows this, but he never cares. The father and son's relationship isn't exactly good, but the problem is, it's Mary Aaron who stepped forward this time, which is very strange. Roy asked, "Didn't you ask him?" Mary Aaron is out of town. He wasn't notified until Wooly Aaron died, and he received an inheritance. However, by the time I sent people to look for him, he was already gone. Gone? That's interesting. Roy turned to Ng and asked, "What about you?" "I've arranged for 3 people to keep watch at the front and back gates of the police station, and 5 newsboys to shuttle back and forth. They've recorded almost everyone who comes in and out. Also, I bribed one of the guards inside the station. I not only got the interrogation list, but I also saw the interrogation content. As for the dead, I went to the cemetery to check. I can confirm they weren't important figures. At least the 2 leaders aren't dead, and they definitely died from their injuries. So, these past few days, I haven't had any results." He paused, then added, "However, your reputation is spreading like wildfire in the underworld, inspiring awe in countless people. Your identity as a ghost hunter can no longer be hidden." "That's not important." Roy paused slightly, lost in thought. "So, after all this time, you haven't even found a single serious suspect?" "Pretty much, that's it." "That's even more interesting." Roy narrowed his eyes, deep in thought, muttering to himself, "Is there indifference because they're truly confident these people know nothing? Or do they just not care? The standard procedure, shouldn't they kill to cover their tracks, and then I follow the clues?" "These people aren't following the rules." Because his voice was too soft, Butler Hoover didn't hear him clearly and asked, "Young master, what did you say?" "Nothing." Roy waved his hand and asked again, "Any other news?" "Other news? There's too much. Tell me in detail." Hoover began. "There are rumors that the cathedral was bombed, which has aroused strong dissatisfaction from the Church of the Sun. They have sent a light walker to hold them accountable. This has made the Church of the 7 Gods very vigilant, and they have also sent a bishop. However, there is still no news about who is coming or when." Ng picked up the conversation. "Also, the Council of Governors has hired several famous detectives to purge the corrupt elements in Auckland. All the gangs are on edge, and many people have stopped their activities." Roy seemed to remember something and asked, "What about Alamato Prison?" "It's been temporarily suspended, and the current warden, Lord Jovan Diallo, has been detained. It's said the ruling hall will prosecute him for dereliction of duty, corruption, and bribery." Roy laughed. "This position is really difficult to hold." "Indeed, Hoover sighed. The previous warden, Caspar Roca, a member of the Marcus family, was directly detained for rioting and arson. And this current warden, Joven Diallo, has only been in this position for a few days, and he's already detained for rioting and arson. This position is like poison, Loy pressed. Then who does this Joven Diallo work for? He should be Lord Dorji Petrovich's man. Loy's smile grew even more amused. It really looks like dogs fighting. By the way, hasn't the royal family given Lord Dorji Petrovich any punishment? After all, such a serious incident occurred. If there's any accountability, he bears undeniable responsibility. His question startled even Butler Hoover, but upon reflection, he realized it was indeed true. However, accountability? He'd never heard of it. No news on that at this stage. It seems our Lord's backing is truly exceptionally strong. However, having been caught out this time, I think some people might not be able to hold back. Alright, that's enough for today. Let me know if you have any news. With that, Loy dismissed Hoover and Eng, then walked to the window and looked outside. 3 or 4 days hadn't erased the traces of the chaos from the previous days, but the number of pedestrians on the streets had increased. Many road maintenance workers were repairing the streets and tidying up the ground, making it quite lively. Loy watched, his eyes narrowing, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Oliveira silently appeared behind him and said, "Actually, there's another possibility." Loy replied, "I know, these pirates and swordsmen entered the police station, so naturally they'd be interrogated. After the interrogation, wouldn't the interrogation records be submitted? So, is it possible that those people actually already saw the confessions and were certain they couldn't implicate anyone of significant importance? Therefore, no action was needed, but just because they did nothing has narrowed down the scope." Meanwhile, at the former side of the Church of the Sun God, an old man dressed in white linen and straw sandals stood before the ruins. In his hand was a thorny wooden staff, the rest covered in barbs except for the part he held. The old man had a kind face, a calm expression, and a perpetual faint smile, making him even more distinguished. He treated everyone with gentleness, but when he saw the ruined cathedral, his eyes suddenly changed, as if they could breathe fire. At that moment, a visible light seemed to emanate from his body, sweeping away all dust in its wake. Yet, he suppressed his anger, gripping his wooden staff tightly, letting the thorns pierce his palms, drawing blood. At that very moment, someone seemed to notice the anomaly. A Templar clad in armor of light and wielding a greatsword approached. Upon seeing the old man's face, he flinched like a mouse before a cat, but still bowed, saying, "Templar Gilmer Coman greets the light." Boom. Before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying. With a casual strike, the third-tier transcended Templar was sent flying dozens of meters like paper, embedding himself in the ruined wall. At that moment, only a thunderous voice rang out, "What use are you if you fail to protect the temple?" That day, everyone knew that Jesus Koch, known as the Wings of Light of the Church of the Sun God, had arrived in Auckland. Because of my poor grades, I wasn't even recommended in the second round, but I got a recommendation in the third round today. My grades are really bad. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.